Tonight, it's win or go home in the PFL.
Welcome to PFL Europe.
Lightweights and bantamweights put it all on the line.
Oh, beautiful.
He's out. And he's down. Connor Hughes, first round knockout.
In their quest for a shot at the championship. On the biggest MMA stage on the continent, right here in France.
Oh,
Are you kidding me?
This is the PFL Europe Semifinals, and it starts right now. Welcome, PFL fight fans, to Nantes, France, host city, for semifinal action in our PFL Europe lightweight and bantamweight tournaments. An incredible week so far here in the southwest of France, and the action heats up at Zenith Metropole Arena tonight. Fighters already in the building. We are only moments away from action in the PFL Smart Cage. Maria Juarez Jr., two-time World Sambo champion, welcoming Kaya O'Sullivan to the pro ranks. That is a former amateur European champion, now stepping up onto the bigger stage. In our lightweight tournament, Claudio Pichella and Alex Chijov vie for a spot in the $100,000 final coming up in December in Lyon, France. Winner moves on, loser waits for better things next year. Sean O'Connell and Dan Hardy happy to be here beside the PFL Smart Cage. And Dan, Nantes semifinals, the French MMA fans always deliver. Gonna be a big night.
It's always a big night. When we come to France, these fans turn out in droves to support their fighters, and we've also got tournament action. We've got some superstars on the card. We've got some new signings. Amina Youb in the main event. So many good reasons for the fans to have bought tickets, and this arena is going to be packed tonight when these fights start.
Well, I'm telling you, not better show up, because Brussels set the tone. A flashback to our last PFL Europe event. Patrick Abarora still undefeated and on the rise, taking on a very tough and seasoned veteran of the sport in Danny Roberts. And Dan, well, Patrick delivered.
It was superb, wasn't it? You know, the composure that this young man has from the amateur ranks, moving into the pros, staying undefeated, and then moving up a weight class in a main event and taking on a UFC vet like Danny Roberts and taking him out the way that he did. He's living up to the hype. You can see the fans, the reaction, the crowd there. This man is a viral superstar, and you have to watch his career from this point onwards. If you've not been following it already, you're missing a treat. Patrick Abarora is a special talent.
And he'll be here in Nantes tonight because his friend and teammate Boris Atangana is part of our co-main event as we get closer to the end of the card here in Nantes. And the main event, a local, a rising star, Amin Ayoub. He expects to pack this building out just by himself.
Man, he just fills the streets for face-offs. It's crazy the amount of atmosphere around this guy, the reaction. Look at this. I mean, this is the streets of Nantes. His opponents just landed in town, and you can see the whole crowd around him, the Amin Ayoub gang around him, supporting him in his PFL debut. He means business coming in, but so does his opponent, Cavani Lopez. It's going to be a real battle in that main event, and I think we're going to see some unpredictable stuff, Sean.
Lopez comes in all the way from Brazil, and he had in the fighter meetings a little bit of a little smug smile on his face, like, I know everyone is hoping the hometown star makes good, but he's here, Cavani Lopez, to spoil the party for Amin Ayoub. And of course, this main event caps off a card full of incredible fights that feature semi-final action in the PFL Europe tournament. Let's start with the lightweights. We've talked about it a lot. This is maybe the deepest and best weight class around the world in the sport of mixed martial arts, and I think that is certainly reflected with our bracket here at 155 pounds.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, every single one of these fighters in the bracket has the potential to go on and grab that 100 grand. Connor Hughes came so close last year against Jakub Kasuba, who went on to win it a second time. But this time around, Connor Hughes feels like there's nothing that can stop him, and that knockout in his first fight of the year was emphatic. He seems very confident, but of course so does his opponent Gino Van Steenis, whose brother is now the middleweight champion, and of course that's going to give his whole camp a lot of confidence. They're doing the right things.
You can see Connor Hughes is a big lightweight. Gino Van Steenis is a massive lightweight, and his brother Costello is a pretty big middleweight. On the other side of the bracket, Alex Chijov, a guy that when we started PFL Europe, a lot of the other 55ers said, He might be the best one in the bracket, besides me, of course. Well, he's finally fighting like it, Dan.
Everybody thought that Chizov was going to be the guy to beat in that first year of PFL Europe, and he just didn't quite realize his potential. But of course, that sent him back into the gym. He's been putting the work in. He spent some time at All-Stars this camp in Sweden, which is going to really add something new to his game. And of course, that big win over Mark Ewan, not only has it moved him through to the finals, but it's taken a lot of pressure off his shoulders. He looks a lot calmer and a lot more confident this week, and he knows he's got a fight in front of him with Claudio Pacella, who always brings a firefight, no matter who he's up against. I mean, you can see the intensity here, Sean, in his face-off. Look at that.
Neither guy wanted to break eye contact. Pacella, he likes to make it a little bit ugly, a little bit of a brawl. We'll see who can come through. And again, the winners will advance to the PFL Europe Lightweight Tournament Championship in Lyon, France, coming up in early December. That's the picture at 155 pounds. Also featured tonight here in Nantes, the Bantamweights, 135. And this is a lovely little mix. You've got a seasoned veteran and somebody like Dean Garnett. Jan Czapłowski out of Poland, he's young, he's rising, he is undefeated. Garnett is trying to derail a hype train. On the other side, Julian Lopez back in the bracket, and Baris Adiguzel. This is a guy that a lot of people think might be the best bantamweight in Europe right now.
Look, a lot of people were hoping we were going to sign him at the start of this year, and we just weren't able to in time. But we signed him to get him on this card. We had a fallout, we had injuries, he stepped into the bracket, and then of course the opponent that he was due to face has also got an injury, so now Lopez is back. This is a whole new fight in the semifinals, and of course Barry's coming in to make his PFL debut has got a really great opportunity to do what Lewis McGrillen did effectively.
So this was the first round fight for Julian Lopez. He was incredibly disappointed with this performance. Opposite him, of course, Jan Czapłowski, who we already talked about. Just a nasty mid-20s, incredible athlete. Now Lopez gets an opportunity to step back in as an injury replacement. He's on the other side of the bracket. He told us he wants the rematch. If he can win and Jan can win, he just might get it for a PFL Europe Tournament Championship.
I love the motivation of a rematch, to get somebody back in there and get them fighting. But the thing with Julian is he's been around for so long. He's a wise fighter, just like Dean Garnett. That wisdom comes into play. Now, Jan Czapłowski just blasted through Julian Lopez. Can he do the same against another veteran in Dean Garnett and get himself through to the final? It's a real big question. I mean, I have no idea how these fights are going to play out. I like the fact that they're just so competitive, and they all make each other a little bit anxious, if we're honest. The fighter interviews, they're like, man, this is a good bracket. This is a tough fight.
A lot of tension at 135 pounds. It all gets sorted as we make a European Championship bout set for December with the results tonight. Cage side for us this evening here in Nantes, Séverine Parlacou. Séverine?
Yes, hello, Sean. All eyes are on the Bantamweight semi-final here in Nantes, and it's a division full of contrast. You have the veteran Dean Garnett, the rising undefeated prospect Jan Czapłowski, and of course a new name, Baris Adiguzel. It's going to be mad. Those fighters are going to give everything in the cage to reach the final. Be ready. Back to you, Sean.
The card will start with some showcase opportunities. We'll begin at strawweight, then some lightweight action, a middleweight contest, and Dara Kelly, Bakhtiar Abdullayev, two hard-hitting lightweights will cap off the early portion of the card before we get to our tournament fights. Head to X and tweet at CloudBet right now. Let them know who you think tonight deserves the CloudBet Performance of the Night bonus. One lucky fighter will win $10,000 courtesy of CloudBet tonight. This Performance of the Night bonus coincides with the announcement of the CloudBet Fighter Fund. Find out more at cloudbet.com. Action set to start here at 115 pounds. Here's the tail of the tape for Maria Juarez Jr. versus Kaya O'Sullivan. Juarez Jr. 26, O'Sullivan is only 22. The Venezuelan is an inch taller, but the longer reach belongs to the Irish woman, Kaya O'Sullivan, the IMAF amateur champion. There is Maria Guedes Jr. getting the Vaseline greased up on the face. Final preparations, a moment of tension as she's set to make her debut here in the PFL Smart Cage. Same, of course, is true for Kaya O'Sullivan, who's making a pro debut tonight. Andy Shepard is the voice of our Smart Cage here in Nantes tonight. He gets the night started.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to the Zenith in beautiful Nantes, France, and welcome to PFL Europe! Tonight, the PFL Europe tournament semi-finals take place. But we begin with a special strawweight showcase bout. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She is an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 5 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 115.1 pounds. She is the 2025 IMAF European Champion and tonight makes her professional debut. She fights out of Dublin, Ireland. This is Kaya O'Sullivan! And her opponent fighting out of the red corner. She's a 2-time World Sambo champion and stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. She went in officially at 115.5 pounds. And tonight she also makes her professional MMA debut. She fights out of Carabobo, Venezuela, Maria Guedes Jr. Your referee in charge, Christophe Chapus.
First fight of the night set to start here. Kaya O'Sullivan is in the black kit. Maria Guedes Jr. will be wearing red. 3 5-minute rounds as both women make a professional debut. For the uninitiated fan, amateur MMA fights have 3-minute rounds, so the gas tank has got to be deeper when you turn pro. Southpaw stands for both women.
Imagine the difference for both of these ladies right now. That amateur experience is really valuable, but this is first time, small gloves, no shin guards. There's one fight today as well. You know, they're not thinking about another fight tomorrow or the day after. There's not a tournament process for these ladies right now. It's just one and done. So it's all the pressure is on this one particular fight for them today. That must be a different feeling as a pro.
Nice work by Kaya O'Sullivan to shrug off the first takedown attempt by Maria Guedes Jr. You heard Andy Shepard talk about her extensive Sambo background, a seasoned grappler.
Good coverage there by Kaya, trying to use that lead leg with a level change by Maria. She get this takedown, head's being stuffed by Kaya O'Sullivan. Great balance so far.
Use that underhook, wrenched the arm of Maria Guedes Jr. up over her own head. She had to abandon the takedown attempt against the cage. Showed a jab, landed the hook, did Kaya O'Sullivan.
Very patient start this for Kaya. She's taking her time and just testing the space with that lead hand. Not really committed to anything so far just yet. But she's got a nasty scratch on her back or something.
So far, excellent takedown defense for O'Sullivan out of Ireland.
Oh! Big lead hook from Guedes Jr. And she's going back to the well with that technique, feeling like she landed it effectively. She's trying again. Now she level changes. That's a much better initiation.
Excellent timing, and she forces O'Sullivan to turn her back. Guedes Jr. trying the lift.
Yeah, O'Sullivan being slightly taller there really worked to her advantage. She was able to get her feet to the floor and restabilize herself. Now she's fighting the grip. She's faced into the cage, as you can see. She's got to try and separate the arms of her opponent. Good pressure forward here from Guedes Jr.
expending a lot of energy here trying to get this fight to the floor. Good work by O'Sullivan, staying standing.
Nice work.
Peeled herself out of the grip.
The deep breath there from Geddes Jr. as well as she shook her arms out. I think she burnt a lot of energy on that takedown attempt. She did land that big lead hook though, we've got to remember that. And again, she powers in with the jab. O'Sullivan punches over the top again. Geddes Jr. in on a takedown on that single leg. She's going for the high crotch.
O'Sullivan tries the chopping elbows. Pressure into the cage here from Maria Geddes Jr. And remember, this is where the round would end if you were still an amateur.
Oh, caught with the head kick then as the counter to the hook.
O'Sullivan does have a highlight reel head kick knockout from earlier in her career. But she's been attacking the body with the push kick as well. That last one she threw looked like it might have hurt Geddes Jr. a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely think it did. Oh, she's got to watch that head kick, especially now she's hurt to the body, and another good body kick from O'Sullivan.
At 22 years of age, Kaya O'Sullivan showing a lot of composure in her pro debut. Geddes Jr. once again tries to initiate some grappling.
I always remember in training when we used to switch between boxing rounds and MMA rounds, and it went from 3 to 5, and it just felt so much longer. Like we're in the last 40 seconds now, and O'Sullivan's been taken down for the first time. Lands a good elbow from guard, though.
This is what Maria Geddes Jr. worked the whole round to do. Can she make something happen offensively in the last 30 seconds after this takedown?
O'Sullivan's good off her back, though. You can see her already isolating these arms, looking for an armbar.
O'Sullivan climbs the guard just a bit higher, eats a hammer fist for her efforts. And another from Maria Geddes Jr.
Oh.
There's that hip turn on the armbar, elbow out past the spot where the hips can be used as a fulcrum. End of round one, and back to the corners they go.
Nice, there's that lead hook from Geddes Jr. Pow! Circles it over, actually catches her on the front of her face as O'Sullivan was turning away from what she thought was going to be a jab. Solid round for both ladies. You've got to think, though, with the knockdown and the takedown, though, Maria Geddes Jr. may have taken that one on the scorecard.
Yeah, I mean, that knockdown certainly the most significant moment in the fight. Obviously, Kaya O'Sullivan had some nice combinations and excellent takedown defense, but defense is its own reward. More fighters filling up the Zenith Metropole Arena here at Nantes, France. Dean Garnett looking for a PFL Europe Bantamweight championship. He does fight at featherweight sometimes as well. His opponent, the rising young star, undefeated Jan Czapłowski. Round two set to start between Kaya O'Sullivan in the black and Maria Geddes Jr. in the red. Two southpaws making their MMA debut as professionals. Good long jab there from O'Sullivan. Throws a right hand to the body as well. Dan, do you think she got a read on that head kick? Twice it almost landed.
I think so, and I also think because she landed a hurtful shot to the body in that first round, she can go back and weaken that target again and open the head up as an opportunity. Oh, that was a good lead hook and takedown defense again from O'Sullivan. She can end up on the floor though. Nice work by Geddes Jr. O'Sullivan needs to be offensive now in this position.
Geddes Jr. passes. O'Sullivan trying to recover some type of guard here. North-south.
I'll try and pull that armbar in momentarily, but I think she's giving up on it now. Maybe she's going to invert for an ankle lock. Okay, back to a triangle. Can she get that elbow inside? You can see her reaching for that arm of Geddes Jr. trying to pull the arm inside. Now the triangle's over the shoulder and she can get the feet together. She's got to cut her angle though. She's got to get out to the right. She's doing it. She's used the arm behind the leg. She's twisting, but she looks like she's too loose.
Switches to an arm bar.
Oh man, that was close.
Maria Geddes Jr. backed all the way out and then pulls her way into the closed guard of Kaya O'Sullivan.
2 times now, that's O'Sullivan being offensive off her back. Ended the first round with the armbar and then that triangle attempt there. I think Geddes Jr. is going to be cautious of how she's attacking when she's in guard, because O'Sullivan's going to definitely be working to submit from this position.
And you can see she's staying parallel, not posturing up to create any power on these strikes. Finally, some hammer fists from Maria Geddes Jr.
Stop!
Oh, there's the armbar.
Don't grip. Don't grip. Another time, 1 point. Si tu tiens encore son t-shirt, 1 point. Fight.
Not sure what the stoppage was about.
The armbar attempt again though straight away, and she's got it this time. Needs to get her feet together though. She's going to lose the control of the arm. And Geddes Jr. just lifted herself out of that position. It's got to be exhausting though. She can't keep doing that. O'Sullivan needs to tie those arms up. Needs to work her overhooks.
Halfway point of the fight, the middle of round 2.
Again, she's isolating arms. Looks like she might be trying to set up a triangle. Like she's trying to stuff the arm. But Geddes Jr. is aware of it now. She's been in that position now once. She feels there's a danger there. That's the time to catch her. Potential go-go platter.
Kaya O'Sullivan gets the shin across the chin at least temporarily.
Maria seems tired. She's looking over at her corner for advice. Chipping away with those body shots.
Good hammer fist. That's the best technique from the top. Belly down armbar. Once again, Maria Geddes Jr. able to pull her hand and wrist out of the control of Kaya O'Sullivan.
I think given those 3 attempts, it's time to switch to a different submission. Chokes are always useful because people cannot tough out a choke. You know, you can work your way out of an armbar, especially in the women's divisions as well. Women have very, very flexible arms and shoulders. That's why we remember back to the old Ronda Rousey, Miesha Tate, the arm broke so quickly because it's already hyperextended. Here she goes again with the armbar.
Another attempt.
Man, she's just past the arm, just past the elbow by the look of it.
Not quite the right point of pressure for Kaya O'Sullivan.
30 seconds left in the middle round. A bit more difficult to score this one given the sub-attempts of O'Sullivan, but Geddes Jr. is just holding position and striking.
There's a good hammer fist from the bottom for Kaya O'Sullivan. Good up kick as well. Final few seconds of round number 2.
Attention, tu me tiens encore une fois le t-shirt ou le grillage, tu prends 1 point.
The reason for the referee's stoppage, Maria Geddes Jr. grabbing onto the top of Kaya O'Sullivan. You can grab your own shorts, your own top. You cannot grab your opponent's clothing.
Good shot across the chin that was from the bottom. Not very often we see effective striking from the bottom like that.
There's Andy Shepard, the voice of our Smart Cage tonight. Newly married, congratulations.
Oh, look at him.
Andy Shepard.
Isn't he sweet?
You know what? Congratulations goes to Jackie Joe. You got yourself a gem. That is the greatest man on earth that you've managed to snag, young lady. Third and final round in the pro debut for Maria Guedes Jr. in the red and Kaya O'Sullivan in the black. 2 hard rounds to score, Dan.
Yeah, really difficult. If I'm O'Sullivan's corner, I'm not even banking on that second round. I mean, she had sub-attempts, but I don't know if they were close enough really for me to really invest in a score for her in that round. The first round for me was Guedes Jr. She landed the long hook, knocked her opponent down, then took her down and got some control time on the floor. I think Kaya O'Sullivan, just to be sure, she needs a finish here. I would not like to be handing this to the judges with these rounds being so close.
I brought up the question of gas tank at the beginning of this fight because both women are stepping up to the longer rounds as pros from their amateur careers, and both came in very prepared.
Great takedown.
Beautiful timing all the way in. Takes the legs of Kaya O'Sullivan out from under her, and once again, Maria Guedes Jr. in top position. Close guard for Kaya O'Sullivan for now.
Again, she looks for the armbar. You know, going back to the triangle wouldn't be a bad idea because there's a choke element in there. She can still isolate the arm if she needs to, but there's a few more anchoring points in the triangle that hold you to your opponent. Whereas with the armbar, you've really got to guarantee that your grip's going to do the job. And on a sweaty arm as well, potentially, it'd be even more difficult. We're going to need to see O'Sullivan get feet on hips here, potentially, and make some space. She's got both of the arms tied up.
Maria Guedes Jr. doing a great job. After those neutral positions, she attacks. As soon as she can get an arm back, it's thrown at her opponent in the form of a hammer fist.
She isolates in the arm once more. She's got the left arm of Guedes Jr. trapped. But you see now her opponent can feel these controls. She's aware of what her opponent's going to do next, which is probably why she's able to clear her elbow every time O'Sullivan postures up for the armbar. I don't think we're going to see Guedes Jr. do anything other than stay here as long as they'll allow her to and keep working. There's no reason. Oh, they're good hammer fists in the top position. And she's not lifting herself up nearly as much as she was before. She's staying lower to her opponent, not to create the space for the arm bars. Again with the hammer fist, really good work.
Heavy top pressure here from Maria Guedes Jr. Kaya O'Sullivan is maintaining this closed guard for the majority of round number 3. This final 90 seconds, she's going to have to open that guard and at least attempt to get some space or climb her legs up potentially into that choke position we saw earlier with the triangle.
Kaya O'Sullivan looking a little frustrated here now.
Saw O'Sullivan trying to throw the left leg up over the shoulder. Guedes Jr. wise to it, pushes her way back into the closed guard.
I'm not sure what it is, Sean, about these female fighters from Venezuela, but they keep coming through. I mean, we've got, obviously, my wife, Veronica. We've got Piero Rodriguez as well, who's smashing it at the moment. Now, Guedes Jr. is looking very strong. Something's happening in Venezuela with the female MMA scene.
Looking great in her pro debut, Maria Guedes Jr. will look to ride out these final 20 seconds on top. Once again, going back to the weapon of choice, the hammer fist.
That was the best shot from her this fight so far. Even with the knockdown, I think that sounded most impactful. It's been a solid performance from Guedes Jr.
There's your final bell. We will go to the judges' scorecards. Now, round 3, no doubt, belongs to Maria Guedes Jr. Rounds 1 and 2, tougher to score. We'll see how it nets out when we return to Nantes, France for PFL Europe action. Lightweight and Bantamweight semifinals tonight.
What I love most about Dubai is the fitness community. Like, there's so many gyms here. Everyone's super friendly. You can meet so many amazing people, just motivated people. And I suppose the sun helps, you know, waking up in the morning, being able to train outside. It's just a beautiful environment to be in, and that's obviously why I love it here so much. If I compare it to Manchester, it's not dull and grey. There's so many different things going on here, and I couldn't expect anything less from Dubai because everywhere here is beautiful.
Legendary, this is legacy. The PFL brings you the biggest fights with the biggest stars. And now, the official PFL app is here with a full fight library so you can relive all the action. Plus, fighter access and news from around the world of PFL. The PFL app, available now on your mobile device. Everything PFL in the palm of your hand.
C'est de l'autre côté du périph' que ça rayonne. Qui pourra réellement nous stopper? Je me questionne. On n'a pas besoin d'étoiles sur nos boulevards. On a déjà posé nos empreintes dans l'histoire. Ici, le bitume vibre au rythme de nos crosses. Passe-moi des gants, on te sort le futur champion de boxe. Validé par la street, en première on s'installe. Et c'est nous le grand paille, parce qu'on a la dalle.
J'ai la dalle, the official partner of the PFL.
A big one coming in Dubai. Nurmagomedov versus Hughes 2.
By majority decision. Paul Hughes, Mama Hughes tough.
Oh, left hook! It's over! Usman Nurmagomedov! You can run, but your day is f***ing coming!
First fight of the night in the books, and Dan Hardy, Maria Guedes Jr. finished strong.
She did. She put good work in. She got good takedowns. She stayed on her feet when she was stayed on her toes when it was on the feet, and tried to stay away from that lead hand. And the takedowns over and over again scored. She got the top control. Really solid work.
The official judges have, I believe, handed their cards to our in-cage announcer, Andy Shepard. Yes, he is making his way from the scorer's table into the smart cage. Andy Shepard has the decision now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to our judges' scorecards. Judge Luke Hernandez scores about 30-26 for Guedes. Judge Darrell Ransom scores about 29-28 for O'Sullivan. And Judge Benjamin Nammer scores about 29-28. For your winner, via split decision, Maria Guedes Jr.
So the scorecard's kind of all over the place. One judge had all 3 rounds for Maria Guedes Jr., including a 10-8. The other judge gave the fight to Kaya O'Sullivan, and ultimately it is Maria Guedes Jr. who wins by split decision, 1-0 now as a professional. Strong showing for Guedes Jr. Kaya O'Sullivan has nothing to be ashamed about. That was a really, really tough opponent. She did some really nice things in that fight. Up next, another showcase, Sebastian DeFranco and Mark Ewan, a lightweight alternate spot for these 2 fighters trying to get back into the good graces with a PFL win.
C'est de l'autre côté du périph' que ça rayonne. Qui pourra réellement nous stopper? Je me questionne. On n'a pas besoin d'étoiles sur nos boulevards. On a déjà posé nos empreintes dans l'histoire. Ici, le bitume vibre au rythme de nos crosses. Passe-moi des gants, on te sort le futur champion de boxe. Validé par la street, en première on s'installe. Et c'est nous le grand paille, parce qu'on a la dalle.
J'ai la dalle, the official partner of the PFL.
Legendary, this is legacy. The PFL brings you the biggest fights with the biggest stars. And now, the official PFL app is here with a full fight library so you can relive all the action.
Oh my goodness!
Plus, fighter access and news from around the world of PFL.
First round
The
finish!
PFL app, available now on your mobile device. Everything PFL in the palm of your hand.
What I love most about Dubai is the fitness community. Like, there's so many gyms here. Everyone's super friendly. You can meet so many amazing people, just motivated people. And I suppose the sun helps, you know, waking up in the morning, being able to train outside. It's just a beautiful environment to be in. And that's obviously why I love it here so much. If I compare it to Manchester, it's not dull and grey. There's so many different things going on here. And I couldn't expect anything less from Dubai because everywhere here is beautiful.
A big one coming in Dubai. Nurmagomedov versus Hughes 2.
By majority decision. Paul Hughes, not a huge pop.
Oh, left hook! It's over! Usman Nurmagomedov! You can run, but your day is f***ing coming!
Saturday, December 13. The PFL returns to Lyon with 2 world titles on the line.
And his opponent.
Team Fedor's Vadim Nekov takes on towering Brazilian Renan Ferreira for the PFL heavyweight world title. And MMA legend Chris Cyborg returns to take on rising star Sarah Collins for the women's featherweight world title. Plus, the PFL Europe Tournament Finals, Saturday, December 13.
December 13th. What it looked like the last time you saw her against a 2-time, 2-weight class champion, Larissa Pacheco. Cyborg, dominant, ageless, continues to impress. 5 hard-fought rounds between these two women ultimately result in the MMA pioneer, the legend Chris Cyborg, having her hand raised. Now she chases another PFL belt. This one, that was a super fights belt. This will be for the actual world championship. Up next, Sebastian DeFranco, Mark Ewan in a showcase opportunity at 155 pounds. There's your tail of the tape. DeFranco's 31, as is his twin brother. Mark Ewan, 27. Reach advantage belongs to the man from Belgium.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following fight is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds in the PFL lightweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is an MMA specialist and stands 6 feet tall. He weighed in officially at 154.8 pounds, and his record stands at 6 wins and 2 defeats. All 6 victories coming by way of stoppage. He fights out of Huntly, Scotland. This is Mark Ewan! And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 156 pounds and holds a professional record of 10 wins and 4 defeats. He fights out of Brussels, Belgium, presenting Sebastian DeFranco. Your referee judge, Lloyd Porter.
Three 5-minute rounds between Mark Ewan in the black trunks, Sebastian DeFranco wearing green.
Ready? Ready? Fight.
Southpaw stance for DeFranco, and he starts immediately with the kick to the body. Ewan stomping that lead knee.
Big head kick, Ewan drifts away from. That was a nice inside low kick. Looked like it drifted a little bit high, but DeFranco's in on that takedown. He wants it, and he's got it.
Grabbed the low single and just ran it all the way back. Brought it up to shoulder height. Sebastian DeFranco clearly feels like he has a grappling advantage over Mark Ewan here.
Mark Ewan's trying to creep his way out here, but DeFranco's around his back. He's gonna have to break this grip if he's gonna get free. DeFranco weighing very heavy on him, driving his weight into his upper back as well, so Mark Ewan's having to carry all that weight. Now DeFranco's got behind him. That was good work. Mark Ewan trying to keep his shoulders against the fence here is going to make it difficult for DeFranco to get behind him with that choke, but he keeps creeping there.
DeFranco wrestling right in front of his own corner there, and if you think you're seeing double, that is his twin brother in the corner.
See 2-on-1 wrist control there for Mark Ewan. He's going to try and move the arm over to the other side of his head and take the choke away. This is where DeFranco's going to try and battle more for position. He's now lost the choke, but he hasn't lost the back yet. If he can get his right leg behind Mark Ewan, he might be able to re-establish the position. Man, Ewan's leg is tangled up in there. It's a good thing he's flexible.
Great work by DeFranco controlling that left leg of Mark Ewan. And once again, he tries to stick himself between Ewan and the smart cage.
Oh!
Good slam as the legs were tangled up.
Ewan's doing the right things, though. It's making it difficult for DeFranco to control the back. You can see the red tape on the gloves now.
DeFranco lacing that right arm on the far side. Good job by Ewan. Hustles his way to a top position, knee to the midsection.
Yeah, this is a better position for Mark, and now he can work his ground and pound as well. You can see that near side elbow, that left elbow is going to keep dropping into that cheekbone when he can find space with it. DeFranco needs to use his left arm. He needs to dig that left underhook and start to work towards the escape. You can see right now he's got his right arm trapped underneath the leg of Mark Ewan. He has to get that free, otherwise he's not going to be able to defend himself. Short elbow there from Ewan. Looks like he's working for a choke here. Could potentially drag him into a Darce. Oh, it looks like he is. Look at this. Hands going to the bicep.
The Darce setup. He's got the grip right. This is a tight squeeze from Ewan and DeFranco.
And he's got
the fence. He's on.
Wow!
Mark Ewan with a beautiful setup and execution of the Darce choke.
What a superb submission that was. Really nice work.
Excellent work by the referee also. Sebastian DeFranco had to use the fingertips of that hand that was trapped under the shin of Mark Ewan to tap.
Yeah, that was well spotted by the referee. I mean, really good work by Mark Ewan, and because he had his opponent's back up against the fence, the traditional escape for the Darce is to obviously move your hips away, but there was nowhere to go. I mean, Mark did also have the leg trapped as well. You can see this. So what we're going to watch is Mark Ewan's going to slide his right arm underneath the neck. He's capturing the top arm and the neck of DeFranco right now. Now the hand is going to go to the bicep. You can see that now, and Mark Ewan's going to squeeze. Now you can see the panic from DeFranco trying to get out, and he's nowhere. Just the fingertips on the calf taps, and a really solid Darce choke. First round for Mark Ewan.
Very, very nifty work by Mark Ewan. Higher level MMA in Scotland, putting out some really excellent grapplers in particular. MMA fighters, of course, but a grappling specialty really emerging there. Andy Shepard will make this official.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, referee Lloyd Poirier calls a halt to the action at 3 minutes and 18 seconds of round number one. Declaring your winner by submission to a DAS choke, Mark Ewan!
Back in the win column for Mark Ewan, who was very seriously disappointed by his showing earlier in this PFL lightweight tournament, where he fell to Alex Chijov. Much better performance here in Nantes, France. Speaking of our lightweight tournament, our own Séverine Parlacourt is backstage with one of our tournament fighters, Claudio Pachella.
Claudio, how do you feel just before your fight?
Feeling ready, feeling I did everything that I should have done, so ready to fight now.
What do you know about opponents? What kind of fight can we expect?
You can expect a war because I respect him. He's a top fighter. His skill set are there, but I'm ready to put pressure on him and break him.
You look confident, actually.
I am. I'm 1 hour before my fight, so I should feel confident. I did everything that I could have done, so I'm ready.
Thank you and good luck.
The Loire River flowing through Nantes, France. Here at the Zenith Metropole Arena, the action heating up. More fights to come for PFL Europe action.
What I love most about Dubai is the fitness community. There's so many gyms here. Everyone's super friendly. You can meet so many amazing people, just motivated people. And I suppose the sun helps, waking up in the morning, being able to train outside. It's just a beautiful environment to be in. And that's obviously why I love it here so much. If I compare it to Manchester, it's not dull and grey. There's so many different things going on here. And I couldn't expect anything less from Dubai because everywhere here is beautiful.
Legendary, this is legacy.
The PFL brings you the biggest fights with the biggest stars. And now, the official PFL app is here with a full fight library so you can relive all the action. Plus, fighter access and news from around the world of PFL. The PFL app, available now on your mobile device. Everything PFL in the palm of your hand.
C'est de l'autre côté du périph' que ça rayonne. Qui pourra réellement nous stopper? Je me questionne. On n'a pas besoin d'étoiles sur nos boulevards. On a déjà posé nos empreintes dans l'histoire. Ici, le bitume vibre au rythme de nos crosses. Passe-moi des gants, on te sort le futur champion de boxe. Validé par la street, en première on s'installe. Et c'est nous le grand paille, parce qu'on a la dalle.
J'ai la dalle, the official partner of the PFL.
A big one coming in Dubai. Nurmagomedov versus Hughes 2.
By majority decision. Paul Hughes, not Hughes tough.
Oh, left hook! It's over! Usman Nurmagomedov! You can run, but your day is f***ing coming!
Habirora versus Danny Roberts, your main event.
Man, you can cut the tension in this room with a knife. See Patrick just stalking.
There's a good combination from Habirora, and you see him in and out so quickly.
This guy is a superstar in the making. Come on, that was incredible.
Merci les gars. Merci vraiment. Knock knock, lightweight. I'm coming.
Patrick Habirora, the Belgian bomber, one of the rising stars here in the PFL Europe fight scene. And Dan, I know you don't like hearing this necessarily, but I don't know how long you could just keep a guy like this in the European fight scene. I mean, he's got the star potential to move beyond PFL Europe into the PFL Global season, into some super fights potentially. He's got the skills. We've seen it now in 2 different weight classes, unblemished record, and the confidence to keep building that skill set.
Look, you're right, he's got everything he needs. The only thing he could do with is just a few more pro fights, maybe 2 or 3, and then you start looking at him in that mix with the Paul Hughes and the Magomedovs and I mean, so many interesting fights, even the likes of Clay Collard and Shane Burgos, and fighters that would be a real interesting test for a young fighter. You know, fighters that have got all that experience. I am so excited for the future of Patrick Habarora.
Another look at Nantes, France, our host city for PFL Europe action here. Semifinals in the lightweight and bantamweight divisions tonight. More showcase action up first. Vincent Delguera and Sofiane Aissaoui squaring off. Here's your tail of the tape. Delguera 35, Aissaoui is 34. Aissaoui the taller fighter here with the longer reach as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following fight takes place in the PFL middleweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 11 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 185.5 pounds. And in 17 fights has earned a record of 11 wins and 6 losses. He fights out of Reims, France. This is Sofiane the Lion Aissaoui. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He is an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 185 pounds. And across his 55 professional fights has earned a record of 32 victories, 22 defeats, and a single draw. He fights out of Marseille, France. He is Vincent Delguera. Your referee in charge, Dan Mulvahedi.
Judge. Dan Mulvahedi to oversee the action.
Judge. Timekeeper.
Aissaoui is wearing the black trunks. Delguera is wearing the green.
Round number 1. Ready? Ready? Have fun.
Interesting to see how the strategy plays out here. Aissaoui has an extensive judo background. And of course, Delguera's grappling heavy style, 16 submission victories might discourage you from using your judo background.
I love the fact that both of these guys have got so much experience that they're relaxed first round and they're getting into it straight away. There's no feeling out process here for these guys necessarily. They've got so much experience in the cage. Anywhere the fight goes, they're going to have a solution for it. They've been there before. And this is interesting for Delguera because he's got to deal with this high crotch.
Vincent, watch your forearm to the back of the head.
You can see Aissaoui is going to try and lift him at the first opportunity, but now they're back to a 50-50, and this is where the judo comes into play, Sean. You can see Aissaoui looking for that first outside reap there with the left leg. He's going to go again in a moment. Nice turn by Delguera, and now he gets head position. Aissaoui's looking at his feet though, Sean. You can see some kind of sweeps coming here. But at least he's trying to time him for it.
Aissaoui elects to build the frame with his left leg. Good work by Delguera, putting him on Aissaoui on the defensive.
Oh, he's got that hook. I think Delguera's going to go for a ride in a moment, unless he deals with that leg. You can see it laced onto the inside. There's an opportunity to pitch him high here. If Aissaoui drops his head towards the canvas and kicks his leg up behind him.
Let's progress this position, gentlemen.
Short knee to the midsection there. Oh, there it is. Tries it. Tries the... Doesn't quite get it, though. Well read by Delguera.
Now Aissaoui tries to reverse position there. Thought about sitting Delguera back over his own right hip.
Short hammer fist here. They're going to be irritating. They're going to force you to move. That's how his posture's broken here. You can see his head's down, but he still tries for the takedown, and he gets it. Man, those elbows to the top of the head.
Like a ball-peen hammer, the point of Delguera's elbow comes down on the crown of the head.
On the ear.
I remember getting hit with one of those once by Marcus Davis, and I felt all of my spine clink together like dominoes. It's a horrible feeling to take it right at the top of your head like that. That's how he's got to pick his head up here. You can see at the moment, he's kind of framing his opponent's body with his hands. That's to stop him kicking his hips out. Now also he's passed to one side. Clever work there, very patient. He allowed Delgado to make that mistake and just passed. Now he's going to go with the underhook. Delgado squares himself back, gets the butterfly hook, and goes back to those nasty elbows.
I'll tell you what, Aissaoui's doing a good job with the position here, but Delgado's making him pay for it. Beating up the top of the head with these elbows, throwing the short hooks to the ear.
Yeah, and these elbows are terrible. Like, that's going to really swell up on the top of his head. That's how he's trying to pass again. You can see he's trying to step over that right leg of Delgado.
Which right now is serving as a butterfly hook instead for Delgado.
Progress this position, please. Progress. Second warning, progress this position.
See him slowly trying to work to push that butterfly hook, that butterfly guard on the one side. Delgado getting back to the fence though. This is where he's going to be able to scramble. He's got to get his feet underneath him. You can see that swelling on the top of the head of Aissaoui though. He now loses position and Delgado is back to his feet with head position. If I was him, I'd be trying to get out of this clinch. Good move.
Oh, nice stabbing kick in the midsection, and he drops Aissaoui with it.
Man, he was
Sofiane Aissaoui just now able to grab a hold of the attacking left hand. He's in big trouble, hurt badly to the body.
Trying to get up. Oh, is he going to get this rear naked choke? Man, he's trying to get up, but his body is still hurting here. Can he wrestle in? Can he get up? He's still moving. The referee's not going to stop it while he's being intelligent in his defense.
Final few seconds of round number one.
Get your hands out of the gloves. Get your hands out of the gloves.
Delgado very close to getting the finish there.
Man, how does he feel after that? How fast is he going to get back to his corner? That was a slow effort back to the feet for Aissaoui.
Immediately on the break, look at that. Right to the liver.
Nice, nice. That'll change your day. Oh, look at that. And look, that's going to be a target that Delgado can work on the next round as well. You never really properly heal from a body shot in a fight. I always feel like that weakness, once it's been exposed, is there that you can work back to it. And here's some of the big shots from Delgado to end that round. Aissaoui did a good job there to stay in that.
Referee checking closely on Sofiane Aissaoui, who was hurt badly to end round number two. Managed to survive it. Vincent Delgado will be hunting that body in the green trunks.
See, Delgado just kind of marches forward there. I think he's feeling some real confidence that his opponent's not back to 100%. Tries for the skip knee.
Now Sofiane chucks an overhand right, simultaneously trying to knee tap.
That's how he eats another jab. He's being pushed around the cage a little bit at the moment. There's the body shot low kick. Nice combo. That's how he in on a single leg. Delgado manages to keep his balance, and now he's put himself in a side position, landing some more shots. That left hand of Aissaoui has become weak, and now he's let it go. Man, that was a crack.
L'autre côté. L'autre côté. Ouais, mais avec ta main. Avec ta main, frappe de l'autre côté.
Vincent Delgado, one of the most experienced, active middleweights in French MMA today. 55 fights. And he's recognizing an opportunity here to pour some damage on Sofiane Aissaoui, trying to control the hands in this turtled up position.
Big shots here. Massive shots.
Aissaoui's now bleeding from the mouth. Big knee.
Talk about a wind-up for that. And if your body's already hurt, that's going to be feeling really unpleasant.
Top of the head, side of the body. Little impact-induced cirrhosis.
That's how he, to me, looks a bit broken here. He doesn't look like he's trying to work himself into a better position.
Sofiane, you've got to improve your position.
I think if Delgado puts his foot on the gas and lands some quicker strikes here, I think the referee's going to step in and save Aissaoui. Like he's trying to control the wrist, like he's going to... I really think Delgado, even if he called him back up here, I think he would be able to get the finish. I mean, Aissaoui might not even follow it. You can see that wrist control on the far side for Delgado.
Referee Dan Mobahedi has warned Aissaoui repeatedly that he's got to improve this position. If he stays here, this fight could end very soon. Delgado right in front of his own corner.
He's got the cross control on the wrist now of Aissaoui. I think if Delgado opens up here, I think we're going to get a stoppage. I think the referee's realizing that Aissaoui's not really trying to get himself back into this fight now.
I mean, the only defense right now from Sofiane Aissaoui is he's turning to make sure that the shots land on the back of his head, so they have to stop. And you have to move the target.
I even think if Delgado circles, if he lets go of the leg of Aissaoui and circles.
Can Sofiane Aissaoui find some kind of second wind here at the end of round number 2?
It's like he's got control of the Kimura in some kind of way. But he's not in a position where he can really utilize it too well. 45 seconds as well. Like, now is the time to do something if you're going to move. You've taken way too many shots this round.
He does have that Kimura grip, of course.
Use his position, don't just hold, use the position.
I mean, if you're Sofiane Aissaoui, this is effective in that the right hand is not pumping up and down, smashing into your own face. Hard to turn it into a submission.
Use his position, don't hold, use the position.
Final seconds of round number 2.
Let go.
And Sofiane Aissaoui has held on for another round.
Coach, let me make this clear. He needs to show me a little bit more. He can't just sit there.
Tu te sens bien? Ouais, c'est bon. T'as vu, il avait rien. Rien du tout. Il est fort, il arrive pas, il arrive pas.
Je vais mettre sur le dos.
If I'm in Aissaoui's corner right now, I'm going to try and rally him. I'm going to try and tap into some kind of warrior spirit, you know, where's your lion heart or something. I need to get him fired up and get him off his stool with some kind of desire to win this fight. Right now he looks dejected. I think the body shot in the first round just sapped the life out of him. And in that second round, he got stuck in a position that he really didn't want to move from and was just kind of taking a shelling from the side. We can't see that again for another round because I think Movaheady will step in and stop the fight. Let's use my tagline, Sean. Stop the fight, man.
5 more minutes here. Vincent Del Guerra firmly in control of this fight at the end of round 1 and through round 2. Can Sofiane Aissaoui... Oh, there's that stabbing kick. It's over.
Nice.
A second stabbing kick to the liver. And that's all. We saw it at the end of round 1. He does it again at the beginning of round 3. And Dan, you said it. You're never really fully recovered from a body shot like the one we saw at the end of round 1. Another impact, and that was all it took.
Yeah. As soon as that shot landed, you could see the posture straight away of Aissaoui. He folded up against the fence, and Movaheady stepped in and saved him from any further punishment. It was the right thing to do. I was amazed, to be honest. He was able to fight through the second round. There it is again. Lovely stabbing front kick. Apchagi in Korean. Teeth in Thai. Stabs it in the midsection. Beautiful work. Bang! And that's a real kick as well. That's less of a push and more of a stab.
And he snuck it inside the elbow. I mean, some accuracy on that thing. For the 12th professional knockout victory in the long career of Vincent Del Guerra. We'll make this official as we march closer and closer to PFL Europe Tournament Semifinals at Lightweight and Bantamweight here in Nantes, France.
PFL Europe is brought to you by Relive, the official partner of PFL Europe, and by the brand new PFL app. Download to experience exclusive fighter content, full fight library, and to stay current on all PFL news and information. Scan the QR code now to download. And by PFL Road to Dubai Champions Series, the best city to visit, live in, and do business in.
Welcome back to Zenith Metropole Arena in Nantes, France. Vincent Del Guerra taking a brief rest after a dominant performance in his 56th professional bout.
Wow.
Andy Shepard has the official call.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, referee Dan Movaheady calls a halt to the action at 24 seconds of round number 3, declaring your winner by TKO, Vincent Del Guerra.
Impressive, showing that veteran experience and adding another win to his record and another stoppage as well. He's the kind of guy, you know, with what, 56 fights, did you say, Sean? He's the kind of guy that you want to see, you know, especially if Boris Atangana keeps smashing his way through the opposition. Of course, he's got a tough opponent later. But Vincent Del Guerra might be one of those kind of tests that we want to see for some of those middleweights that are, you know, young in their career, that are still trying to find their feet as a pro. I mean, Del Guerra has got the experience to be able to test and push every single person.
28 finishes in those 56 fights in his favor. Vincent Del Guerra with the TKO victory. Nasty body kicks. Dara Kelly, a rising star from Ireland, still undefeated as a professional, puts it all on the line tonight against one of Germany's finest, Bakhtiar Abdullayev, originally from Tajikistan. Only one loss on his record, 2 big-time finishers next.
C'est de l'autre côté du périph' que ça rayonne. Qui pourra réellement nous stopper? Je me questionne. On n'a pas besoin d'étoiles sur nos boulevards. On a déjà posé nos empreintes dans l'histoire. Ici, le bitume vibre au rythme de nos crosses. Passe-moi des gants, on te sort le futur champion de boxe. Validé par la street, en première on s'installe. Et c'est nous le grand paille, parce qu'on a la dalle.
J'ai la dalle, the official partner of the PFL.
Legendary, this is legacy. The PFL brings you the biggest fights with the biggest stars. And now, the official PFL app is here with a full fight library so you can relive all the action. Plus, fighter access and news from around the world of PFL. The PFL app, available now on your mobile device. Everything PFL in the palm of your hand.
What I love most about Dubai is the fitness community. Like, there's so many gyms here. Everyone's super friendly. You can meet so many amazing people, just motivated people. And I suppose the sun helps, you know, waking up in the morning, being able to train outside. It's just a beautiful environment to be in, and that's obviously why I love it here so much. If I compare it to Manchester, it's not dull and grey. There's so many different things going on here, and I couldn't expect anything less from Dubai because everywhere here is beautiful.
A big one coming in Dubai. Nurmagomedov versus Hughes 2.
By majority decision. Paul Hughes, not a huge tough.
Oh, left hook!
It's over! Usman Nurmagomedov! You can run, but your day is f***ing coming.
The lovely Nantes, France. Castle there in the foreground. A city steeped in history. Let's take a look at the athlete's journey. We'll start with the champ, Usman Nurmagomedov, and his humble beginnings in Dagestan. All the way to the bright lights of Dubai. This athlete's journey presented by Road to Dubai.
Dagestan in MMA sport, different levels, you know. This dark room where I'm living inside this. We prove already. We have a lot of champions, from beginning to Habib to end of myself.
Dagestan level of MMA here. We're on the way to become one of the greatest team of all time.
Every organization, like MMA, we have top 10, we have someone. I want to be one of the best lightweight fighter on the world.
Usman Nurmagomedov boasts a finishing rate that not even his cousin can brag about.
I think Usman is right now one of the best lightweight in the world.
Already caught Henderson with that kick. Usman Nurmagomedov getting it done.
I want to defend my title next in Dubai. В Дубае все лучше. Само место такое душевное.
Dubai continuing to stake a claim as one of the hotbeds of the sport.
I think he can become very, very easy. He can put his name on top 5 greatest fighters of all time.
He's just coming right to the crest of his career right now. He is firing on all cylinders.
I have my job, and that's it.
The PFL's got some really good ones, undefeated champions, different weight classes. Usman Nurmagomedov at 19-0, Dakota Ditcheva at 15-0. Thad Jean shocked a lot of people when he took the welterweight title this year. Timur Khizriv, Shamil Musayev, Jakub Kashuba, hey, twice now PFL Europe champion. And Paulina Wisniewska still unblemished. Maybe we'll see her and Dakota Ditcheva against one another at some point. Tail the tape for this showcase contest between Dara Kelly and Bakhtiyor Abdullayev looks like this. Kelly is 27, Abdullayev is 37. The Irishman taller at 6 foot even, and Dara Kelly with a slight reach advantage as well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the PFL lightweight division with this bout scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. Here's a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 155.7 pounds and holds a record of 10 wins and 1 loss. This man fights out of Dresden, Germany, he is the soldier, Bakhtiyor Abdullayev. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He is a grappling specialist and stands 6 feet tall. He went in officially at 155.3 pounds and holds a perfect, undefeated record of 8 victories and no defeats. He fights out of Moville, Donegal Island. He is the Moville Mauler, Dara Kelly. Referee in charge, Rich Mitchell.
Rich Mitchell will oversee the action as Bakhtiyor Abdullayev in the red trunks takes on Dara Kelly in the green. Kelly undefeated so far. Bakhtiyor Abdullayev just 1 blemish on his record.
Ready, ready, go.
Both men in the orthodox stance, and Kelly presses forward immediately. Ooh, spinning back kick.
That's a good way to start a fight. Oh, big right hand from Dara Kelly, crashes into the clinch. But look at Abdullayev turning himself out. Now he's got a 50-50 up against the fence. I will say one thing, Sean. It stood out to me on the weigh-in stage yesterday when Dara Kelly stood on the scales and flexed. The size and depth of his back. If this guy gets any kind of squeezing or compressing type of choke submission, man, he must be able to generate an incredible amount of force.
He is quite a specimen, undefeated, not only as a pro, but as an amateur. And look at the explosiveness there.
See him trying to creep over that leg, trying to establish himself in half guard, and now he does it. He binds the leg that he's trapped as well and gets himself head position.
Bakhtiyor Abdullayev abandons the overhook he had on the right arm of Dara Kelly. Look at the shoulder pressure.
Beautiful work. Flattens his opponent out. Now this is where he's going to try and work to slide past that other leg, I would imagine. Try and get himself either into a full mount or expose the back. But look at Abdullayev with his tricky movement on the bottom.
Big swing puts Kelly out of position. Uses it to go all the way back to his feet and then trips the feet out from under Dara Kelly. Look at that sweep. Nice work by Dara Kelly. Didn't want to stay on his back. Kicked up over with an elevator.
I had a feeling that Abdullayev was going to have some interesting tricks in his game. These fighters from Tajikistan, especially because he's a little older as well, he's been training for many years, he's got a lot of different tricks, I would imagine, in the bag that he's not yet had a chance to show anybody in a professional fight. But that wrist control of Dara Kelly is giving him all kinds of problems. Look at that, he's got that cross control with the wrist and the leg. Now he's going to try and land those strikes and see if Abdullayev can get out of this position. He's going to give his back otherwise.
Kelly's got a double bite on that leg. Oh, here's a rear naked. Slip the arm in.
Oh, he's getting
a squeeze. And Dara Kelly, unblemished, undefeated, undeniable once he gets to the back.
Very nice, very slick. Lovely work, really nice work from Dara Kelly. And he gets up like he expected exactly that to happen.
Bakhtiyor Abdullayev has 13 years of pro MMA experience. He's never been submitted until tonight here in Nantes, France.
Look at the wrist control, and he bites onto that rear naked choke before Abdullayev is able to realize what's happened. I mean, that was an aggressive attack with the rear naked choke. Look at this, straight under the neck bite. Gets into the arm position, and then that's where those big, powerful back muscles come into play. Full squeeze on that. Gets the tap very quickly. Very impressive. Bright future, moves to 9-0 undefeated. Darragh Kelly with another first round finish.
Submission number 5 in those 9 wins. 2 knockouts as well.
PFL Europe is brought to you by Gilles Dow, the official partner of PFL Europe, and by the brand new PFL app. Download to experience exclusive fighter content, a full fight library, and to stay current on all PFL news and information. Scan the QR code now to download. And by PFL Road to Dubai Champions Series, the best city to visit, live in, and do business in.
Darragh Kelly staying undefeated, and we'll make it official with Andy Shepard here in the Smart Cage.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, referee Rich Mitchell puts a halt to the action at 2 minutes and 27 seconds of round number 1, declaring your winner via submission to a rear naked choke, and still undefeated, Darragh Kelly!
I think it's time for a step up in competition now, don't you? I think Darragh Kelly, he didn't even look excited about that victory there. I think he needs someone in front of him that's got a bit of a reputation for tough fights. Someone that might be able to push Darragh Kelly into a deeper round, because I think he can keep cutting through this type of competition indefinitely.
I think we need to get Darragh Kelly a cookie or something. That's
You would never let him get near it.
Look at that guy. An absolute specimen at 155 pounds, and yet somehow makes the weight with relative ease.
Yeah, that's good discipline is what that is. He comes from a solid camp. He's got great people around him. Lovely performance by Darragh Kelly.
And a strong representation of what we're talking about when we say the rising talent in Europe, right? I mean, a guy like that, still relatively unsung, undiscovered, you would say, by the mainstream MMA world, and very obviously has the physical tools and an emerging skill set that at some point is going to put him in contention for some big things.
Kind of feels like he's readying himself for one of those Patrick Habarora type of fights, you know, where he carries the event on his own and he brings the crowd in, and that's the kind of fight that I would like to see next to Darragh Kelly. I would like to see really what his capabilities are, because he's making it look easy right now.
We march closer to our tournament semifinals here. And by the way, the lightweights in the tournament are probably looking at a guy like Darragh Kelly and saying, it's good thing he's not in the bracket right now.
Right. Hey, what about Darragh Kelly versus Kasuba? That'd be a banger, wouldn't it?
That
Two
would be
grappling powerhouses.
And both of them giant lightweights. I'll sign up for that.
Like 2% body fat in the cage.
As long as we're talking about talent that has emerged from the European scene, how about Alfie Davis's year?
Wow.
Alfie Davis looking to pull off a major upset over Gazi Ramadana.
He's a very slick striker. Oh, good knee. Level movement from Alfie. Probably his best round so far.
Win this round, change of fight. Let's go.
Oh, there's the elbow again.
The spinning elbow has become a favorite weapon.
Oh, and again, yeah, that was
the wag of the finger. A unanimous decision for Alfie Davis. Alfie Davis stands alone at the top of our 2025 lightweight world tournament bracket after making it through some savvy veterans, some decorated former champions. It is this young man from Great Britain who is now the man to beat at 155 pounds. Or I should say one of the men to beat at 155 pounds, because of course Usman Nurmagomedov and Paul Hughes have some business to attend to next week. It is likely that the winner of that will be facing Alfie Davis in short order.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
Time for some semifinal action here in our PFL Europe bracket. Connor Hughes and Gino Van Steenis, Claudio Pachella, Alex Chizov. All of these guys with their sights set not only on 155-pound gold here in Europe in 2025, but on bigger things. To a man, you talk with them and they say, yes, I want this belt. I want this $100,000 check at the end of the year. But I also want fights with some of the guys that you were just talking about. Dan Hardy, Claudio Pachella, hard-hitting Italian now living and training in Ireland. Alex Chizov, the pretty boy from Latvia, splits his time between the hometown in Latvia and All Stars Gym in Sweden. That's up next.
C'est de l'autre côté du périph' que ça rayonne. Qui pourra réellement nous stopper? Je me questionne. On n'a pas besoin d'étoiles sur nos boulevards. On a déjà posé nos empreintes dans l'histoire. Ici, le bitume vibre au rythme de nos crosses. Passe-moi des gants, on te sort le futur champion de boxe. Validé par la street, en première on s'installe. Et c'est nous le grand paille, parce qu'on a la dalle.
J'ai la dalle, the official partner of the PFL.
Legendary, this is legacy. The PFL brings you the biggest fights with the biggest stars. And now, the official PFL app is here with a full fight library so you can relive all the action. Plus, fighter access and news from around the world of PFL. The PFL app, available now on your mobile device. Everything PFL in the palm of your hand.
What I love most about Dubai is the fitness community. Like, there's so many gyms here. Everyone's super friendly. You can meet so many amazing people, just motivated people. And I suppose the sun helps, you know, waking up in the morning, being able to train outside. It's just a beautiful environment to be in. And that's obviously why I love it here so much. If I compare it to Manchester, it's not dull and grey. There's so many different things going on here. And I couldn't expect anything less from Dubai because everywhere here is beautiful.
A big one coming in Dubai. Nurmagomedov versus Hughes 2.
By majority decision. Paul Hughes, mother, Hughes tough.
Oh, left hook! It's over! Usman Nurmagomedov! You can run, but your day is f***ing coming.
A new era of mixed martial arts dawns upon Europe.
Everybody in the building on their feet.
This is the beginning of something special.
Representing the weight of a nation in pursuit of greatness and settling for nothing less than perfection.
And an early finish for Alex Chizov.
Because in this sport, champions are forged in blood and sacrifice.
Good night!
Tonight, PFL's fiercest European warriors clash to secure their title fight spot.
I'm the king here. I'm the one who runs this show.
The time has come to discover who will rise to the challenge. This is PFL Europe.
Tournament action coming up. Claudio Pachella, Alex Chizov. As we search for the next great lightweight from the continent of Europe, Connor Hughes will be fighting against Gino Van Steenis a little bit later. Gino's big brother, Costello, grabbed the PFL belt at 185 pounds. Gino wants to follow that path, but you got to get through the PFL Europe bracket first. And at 155 pounds, we talk about how deep this weight class is. These four men represent the class of Europe. And we just saw Dara Kelly, who's also in that category. I mean, the weight class really is thriving.
It is absolutely stacked. I mean, of course, we've got these four fighters right now that are vying for that $100,000 in the PFL Europe title, but all of the fighters on the periphery, both above and below, the ones that are kind of creeping into the picture, the ones that are already surpassed it, the Paul Hugheses, etc., lightweight has always been, I mean, ever since it was reintroduced to the professional ranks, one of the best weight classes. And the guys that we've got on this roster right now will push each other to the ends of their limit. We're going to get some really, really solid fights tonight. And these 4 lightweights are some of the most special fights in Europe.
And all of these guys trying to emerge out of that rising prospect role and into a bona fide contender worldwide at 155 pounds. And look, we've seen the proof of concept where a PFL Europe champion moves on to a global scene and ends up becoming a star. Dakota Ditcha, of course, is the archetype there. She started her journey right here in PFL Europe, and Dan, we're not even near the top of that mountain yet.
Not even close to it. And we can say the same about the majority of the lightweights we're talking about, including Usman. I know he's 19-0, but he's still really a very young individual. He's still got lots of good fights ahead of him. So has Paul Hughes. You know, a lot of these fighters that we're considering as well, the likes of Jakub Kasuba, we don't even really know his capability yet fully. Dara Kelly, same situation. So many undefeated lightweights. Patrick Habarora, throw his name back in there. Man, we are really spoiled for choice. The lightweight division right now is on fire.
Well, we're going to get to the business here at 155 pounds in Nantes, France. One more look at our lightweight tournament bracket for 2025. Semi-final matchup, Connor Hughes and Gino Van Steenis, Claudio Pachella, Alex Chijov. Winners advance to a championship bout in Lyon, France in December.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to begin the PFL Europe Semifinals. Making our way to the cage in the blue corner, Alex Chizov.
People probably get sick of me telling this story, but it is important to note that all of the other rising talent in Europe has recognized this man as someone you have to beat if you're going to take the next step. When we created PFL Europe and you brought in all these rising lightweights, we asked, hey, it's going to be you versus who in a tournament championship? Every single one of the fighters we asked that question to said it'll be Alex Chizov. Now, he has yet to deliver on that promise. He had a rough first go at it last year. He came in and you saw the big win over Mark Hewitt and then the relief afterward because he shook the monkey off his back. He got over that big pressure hump and now he feels confident and ready to go. And he's got a tough test in front of him tonight.
Look, he has a really tough test in front of him tonight. Someone that he knows is going to push the pace and he's not going to let him breathe for as long as this fight is going. But that last fight was a real moment for Chizov to move forward in his career, to let go of that loss that had been trailing him and that struggle of his PFL debut. You know, it was a really interesting time for him, but I think he's going to come out the other side and be a so much stronger fighter for it. And the time he spent at All-Stars as well, around some of the toughest fighters in Europe, that's really going to pay off.
And his opponent, Claudio Pachella. and gentlemen, the following fight is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds and is a semi-final contest in the PFL Europe Lightweight Tournament. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, he is a striking specialist and stands 6 feet tall. He weighed in officially at 155.5 pounds and owns a record of 11 victories and 3 defeats. He fights out of Riga, Latvia. This is Pretty Boy Alex Chizov! And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He is also a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 156 pounds. And his record stands at 6 wins and 2 losses. He fights out of Dublin, Ireland, by way of Rome, Italy. Presenting Claudio Pacelli. Your referee in charge, Christophe Champus.
There's Claudio Pacelli in the green, Alex Chizov wearing black tonight. Winner advances to the PFL Europe Tournament Final in Lyon, France.
Fight!
It's where Pacella's got to get inside that reach of Chizov. You can see that long jab. He hangs it long in front of him, so it's difficult to read it, snapping up onto your nose. Whereas Pacella's got a much more traditional guard, hands up, tight to the sides of his face. Battle for the center right now in the first minute. Oh, a good jab from Chizov. It's so difficult to judge it when it comes from the waist.
In the fighter meetings, he said, this is the exact kind of fight a sniper like me wants. Claudio Pacelli is hyper-aggressive. You can catch him coming in, is what the Chizov camp thinks. Overhand right there from Pacelli, eats another jab.
Yeah, solid jabs from Chizov so far, though. Really using it to keep a wedge between the two of these fighters. We've seen Pacelli come over the top a couple of times with that right hand, but Chizov's read it well so far, managed to drift away. There it is again, but it cracks him that time. Something that was really interesting that Pacelli said in the fighter interviews is, if I can touch your chest with my lead hand, I can hit you with my eyes closed with the right. That's a real assessment on the range that he likes to fight in, and that's the range that he's in right now. Although Chizov's just pushed him back into the center. Oh, and what an uppercut.
Nasty uppercut and a straight right hand to follow. Now Claudio Pacelli's on the retreat. And Pacelli had snuck in a right hand of his own before that combination from Chizov. Firefight early here. Chizov back on the jab.
Chizov looking very relaxed here as well.
If you as a fan want to get some idea of how much confidence changes a fighter's performance, just go watch Alex Chizov a year ago versus his 2 fights so far in 2025. Everything is different. Pacelli trying to punch his way back into this one.
I remember when the PFL first came over to the UK and Chizov was on the card and he looked like an absolute destroyer. It makes sense why so many people were thinking he was going to run away with the tournament. That jab's really started to bother the nose of Pacelli.
Redness on the face.
It's a good jab, though.
Lands his own left hand, does Pacelli.
One thing we know about Claudio from the fights that he's had, the tough people that he's taken on, is that it's very difficult to convince him that he's going to lose the fight in the long run. He always holds on to the belief that at some point he's going to be able to get to you. And that's what makes him such a tough person to take on. Oh, and again with the right hand, because he always commits. Still commits to his power punches. The other thing I think helps Sean in Claudio's situation is that he's very realistic about how dangerous his opponent is. So if the first round is a struggle and it doesn't go his way, it doesn't tend to affect him quite as much as it would psychologically if he was convinced he was going to win.
He does have the fortitude to get through a big battle if it does turn into one of those types of fights. Right now, Chizov
that right hand.
using the jab, but that overhand right has landed a couple of times. Some problem with the right eye for Claudio Pucella now. He's pawing at it. Body shot here from Chizov.
Chizov working his way into the clinch. I wonder if we're going to get some grappling in this fight. Spoke too soon. Chizov using that jab to irritate Pucella and then trying to catch him with that counter hook as he's moving in.
Chizov figuring out the distance there. This time it's Pucella that catches Chizov with the jab as Chizov tried to advance. Blood from the bridge of Claudio Pucella's nose. There's a combination for Pucella.
He's landing good shots, but the accuracy and the precision of Chizov is really doing the damage. I mean, the weight of the power in the punches of Claudio is obvious, but the accuracy is really starting to take Claudio's face apart a little bit here. You can see some blood, some swelling around the eyes and the nose. And this is the position he acknowledged he doesn't want to be in, with Chizov on the front foot holding the center.
Chizov added a straight right behind that jab. Back to the corners. Both men already showing a little bit of wear from round one.
That lovely little uppercut on the inside. Like that's a good example of what I was talking about. The big power punch came from Pucella, but the short uppercut was the one that did the most damage, and then the little drift off to the side, that little angle where Chizov was able to land the right hand, bang! Superb movement by Chizov. And here's the knee, straight into the midsection. Fortunately, Pucella was able to keep his body upright with that. And that's the right hand that Pucella landed. Just clipped Chizov as he was moving away and wobbled his legs for a moment.
Sean O'Connell and Dan Hardy beside the PFL Smart Cage in Nantes, France. Severine Parlacou is our cage side reporter tonight. Alex Chizov in the black, Claudio Pucella in the green. Big swing here to start round number 2 for Claudio Pucella.
What you'll notice on the punches of Pucella is that the trajectory, they go really wide out of the sides, which is one of the reasons why Chizov's able to read them coming and get out of the way. Beautiful movement again. Just gets himself out of range. Tries that uppercut one more time and an elbow on the break there, but didn't land it. Man.
Now starting with the right hand, Alex Chizov growing in confidence here in round number 2. Winner advances to the tournament final in Lyon, France.
Again with the uppercut.
You can see the right eye of Claudio Pucella starting to really swell up. Chizov tries the kick. Pucella drifts just out of range.
Again with the knee.
Good work by Pucella, making sure that doesn't land flush on a bent over torso.
Chizov's reading Pucella's movement really well. And they're the times when Pucella leaves himself exposed, when he swings and he misses. This is better work though. It might pay off to be a little more reckless. Oh, that's better with the left hook.
The left hook has now found its home a couple of times in the last 30 or so seconds. Claudio Pucella chest to chest. Slowing down this fight a little bit, which is usually not his MO. the precision of Alex Chizhov, self-described as a sniper, and I think it fits in this fight.
It certainly does. Very accurate. But you've got to love the tenacity of Pachela. He gets into the pocket because he's so committed to his attack. Hard to get around that jab.
Left hand landed for Pachela. Really everything Chizhov doing, beginning with that jab. If Pachela can avoid the first jab, he'll find some success. Every time Chizhov is able to land it and Pachela is trying to advance, it of course interrupts that forward motion. Good work by Chizhov there, get himself off the fence.
Tries again with the overhand. Chizhov drifts away and counters. Again with the left hook. Chizhov had his hand up. Claudio's kind of getting backed up here a little.
Blood running from a cut, I believe, under the right eye now of Claudio Pachela. The nose is also compromised. He's been pawing at it this whole round.
Yeah, just again with the left hook, right hand over the top landed. A lot of blood though from that cut. That's some serious damage, and that jab is just working it over.
Chizhov showing some toughness here as well. Claudio Pachela, all of his finishes have come by knockout, and he's landed some big punches here. Alex Chizhov is eating them.
Confident defense from Chizhov. Hands down, moving away. Nice left hook as well. Oh, right hand landed.
Good knee there from Chizhov as Pachela presses in, snatches the legs, and here's a lift. Good takedown defense.
He's struggling to see out that eye a little bit, squinting and looks uncomfortable. An even better second round for Chizhov.
Oh yeah, the nose of Claudio Pachela, not as straight as it was when we began this fight.
Le mec qui me regarde lui, l'œil droit, ouais.
One more look at our lightweight bracket. Winner advances to a championship in Lyon, France, against the winner of Connor Hughes and Gino Banstinas. In the fighter meetings, Dan, Claudio Pachela said, I don't want to just be known as being a tough fighter. He's certainly showing his toughness tonight. Ate a straight right hand, big left hook, overhand right there.
Yeah, I think he knew he was going to have to utilize his toughness in this fight. I like the fact that he's still landing big shots, though. I mean, you just can't count him out in this third round. Chizhov is going to keep working behind that jab, I would imagine, because the fight's going his way. But if Pachela puts his foot on the gas and starts to make the cage very small, he can start to land some punches with more consequence.
Referee calling for the doctor to come take a closer look.
Going to check on Claudio. Claudio's like, he's like,
Pachela wants to get this round going. He doesn't want any of this medical examination. He wants to fight. The nose is likely broken. A significant cut under a swollen right eye. That's not enough to slow down Claudio Pucella. Third and final round. Winner advances to the lightweight tournament final. Big overhand right from Claudio. Oh, another! And that one cut the puppet strings on Chizhov.
This is why you can't count him out. The tenacity keeps him in these fights to the very last moment.
Good recovery here by Alex Chizhov. But you can see the confidence build here for Claudio Pucella. Smelling a little blood in the water.
And on a body lock here, does Claudio want to take this fight down, though, would be my question. I think he's better keeping the pressure on striking. If he can stay inside that jab range and keep cracking Chizhov with those big punches. Oh, beautiful work by Chizhov on the inside, though. Man, fast hands.
Oh, there's another overhand right.
Claudio is a marauder, isn't he? You've got to love the style of his fighting. Elbow coming over the top, maybe. There it is.
There it is. Now in on the legs. Big lift. No.
Yeah, that leg length of Chizhov working against Pucella there.
Dan, this feels questionable, the strategy of trying to make this happen at this juncture of the fight. He's got to know he's down 2 rounds. 90 seconds gone already in round number 3. And he did have Chizhov hurt, although I think Alex is fully recovered.
Potential guillotine attack here for Chizhov. Pucella's out of it, though. I agree with what you're saying, Sean. I think this is a better range for Pucella. Even though he's losing the striking range, I still think his chances are better of landing one of those big shots, as opposed to trying to get Chizhov to the floor and sub him. Good
nasty knee on the inside there for Alex Chizhov. Tries the scooping uppercut with the rear hand. Body shot with the lead left.
Chizhov showing a real good level of striking here. Said he spent a lot of time training with Goram Katataladze in this camp over at All Stars. Another solid lightweight to be working with. Oh!
Now Claudio again behind the combination with a big lift, and this time he gets the takedown. Half a round to work. Can he secure a finish with ground and pound or work for a submission?
Chizhov trying to make space, trying to scramble his way up. He's got close, but now he's giving his back, and Pucella's sunk a choke in here.
Pucella's got the choke attempt. Oh, Chizhov rolls out of it. So close for Claudio Pucella on that rear naked attempt.
2 minutes, Claudio Pucella.
Now Chizhov with the pressure against the cage right in front of our broadcast position.
I wonder if we're going to see Chizhov break and continue to strike. He's got a hand between the legs, so he might potentially be looking for a takedown. He might even think the last 90 seconds, I can just stifle this punching power of Pucella if I could take him down.
90 seconds ahead, let's go.
The corner of Pucella telling him to break an elbow.
He frames on the inside bicep and throws that overhand elbow really nicely.
60 seconds.
In on a takedown, but Pucella looks like he might be able to defend this one. Strong whiz up. Pulls himself back up to 50-50. He's got wrist control on Chizhov as well. But man, the timer is burning away here, and Pucella must know he needs a finish. 30 seconds left.
Chizhov attempts the knee, and now just holding on. Pecking away at the legs.
Exactly the battle that I expected this to be. Pachela slightly technically outmatched in the striking, but gives as good as he can get. Great fight between these two fellas.
Incredible performance by both men. The crowd here in Nantes, France shows their appreciation after the hard-fought battle.
So here's Pachela coming over the top with that big right hand to set the tone for the third round. Chisov with the sharp striking on the inside, popping the uppercuts and the cross. Here we see the takedown from Pachela there. He's lifted and he twists and slams him to the floor. He's able to control him for a moment until Chisov starts to scramble. Very close on this rear naked choke as well for Pachela, but great work by Chisov, twisting through underneath to strip the grip off his neck and then wrestles into the fence where he's able to stifle most of the necks to the rest of the round. Hell of a fight between those two guys. I'm gonna head in and talk to the winner.
The judges will have to decide who that is. Barring any surprises, I believe that Alex Chisov did enough to advance.
What I love most about Dubai is the fitness community. Like, there's so many gyms here. Everyone's super friendly. You can meet so many amazing people, just motivated people. And I suppose the sun helps, you know, waking up in the morning, being able to train outside. It's just a beautiful environment to be in, and that's obviously why I love it here so much. If I compare it to Manchester, it's not dull and grey. There's so many different things going on here, and I couldn't expect anything less from Dubai because everywhere here is beautiful.
Claudio Pachela, arm raised up here in the smart cage, hoping to hear his name called as the winner of this bout. Andy Shepard has the official judges' scorecards.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of stunning action, we go to our judges' scorecards. Judge Luca Nantes scores about 29-28 for Pachela. Judge Karim Bernabuk scores the bout 29-28 for Chisov. And Benjamin Nauer scores about 29-28 for your winner. Progressing to the PFL Europe Finals, Alex Chisov!
By split decision, Alex Chisov will advance to the 2025 PFL Europe Tournament Final. A beautiful performance, but against an incredibly tough opponent. Claudio Pachela stayed in the fight the whole way through. Alex Chisov edges this one out, and he'll take on the winner of Connor Hughes and Gino Van Steenis. We'll see that fight shortly here in Nantes, France. Dan Hardy's inside the smart cage with our winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with your winner, Alex Chisov. But first of all, please give a round of applause for these two incredible warriors. Both of them gave everything in here tonight. Alex, a split decision and a tough fight. How were you feeling when the scorecards were being read?
Whew. To be honest, I was sure that I win, but you know, when the fight is close, it's always like 50-50. You don't know what judge see in the fight. So, personally for me, I take first and third round. In the third round, the second half, I was controlling on the fence, show some knees. So yeah, tough fight. Claudio, solid opponent. Please give a round of applause to Claudio Pachela. He's a real warrior. Yeah, and I'm sure he's gonna be back, 100%. Hey Dan, I came this year to this tournament like a rubber to the bank, and guess what? 30 December, it's gonna be a haste time. Connor Hughes, I'm waiting you in this cage in the final.
How are you feeling? Not uninjured, you look fresh, you look good. You're gonna be ready for December in Lyon?
Hey, I'm a pretty boy for a reason. Bonjour Nantes. Thank you so much for your support. I really enjoyed the fight in France, so for me it's a big honor. See you in Lyon. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, progressing to the finals, December 13th in Lyon, Alex Chizov.
The pretty boy Alex Chizov advances. And you heard him say, Connor Hughes, I want you in the final. We'll see if Connor Hughes can create that matchup with a win over Gino Van Steenis later tonight. Up next, a bantamweight semifinal. Dean Garnett coming off a tough fight and a win over Thomas Granval. Takes on a rising Polish star. Jan Czapłowski still undefeated. He'll be going for win number 10 tonight against the English veteran. Severin Parlacou caught up with Dean Garnett earlier.
Dean, how did you sleep?
Pretty well last night. It was nice, yeah, good sleep.
And how do you feel just before your fight?
I feel ready. I feel really excited about the fight. I know Jan's going to bring it, and that's going to bring the best out of me. And I really want to show my A game. I didn't show it in the last two fights, so the PFL fans are going to see my A game tonight.
You know, he's undefeated, so it's going to be very tough, no?
I don't think that matters. I think once he's never fought a guy with my experience, my skill set, my physiology. So this is a big step up in competition for Jan, and I'm not sure he's ready for the test.
But you are ready?
I'm ready for this. It's my year. It's my year this year.
Thank you and good luck.
Dubai, United Arab Emirates. We're headed there next week for not just a fight, not just a title bout, for a world championship rematch between Usman Nurmagomedov and Paul Hughes.
Dagestan in MMA sport, different levels, you know. We proved already.
Very, very easy. He can put his name on top 5 greatest fighters of all time.
Usman was about to break. I was about to get him out of there, and the headbutt happened. The rematch has got to be next, and I know that I will beat him in the rematch, absolutely zero question.
I want to defend my title next in Dubai.
To do that in Dubai, it's completely a no-brainer. It's what the whole MMA world wants to see. You're looking past me.
Who are you?
Exactly.
Get out of here.
What a fight!
I need to be willing to go to the depths of hell to beat this man.
Your day is coming!
When I will finish him, everybody gonna forgive this guy. I'm gonna destroy them.
Tickets are available. Go get them now. Coca-ColaArena.com. Usman Nurmagomedov, Paul Hughes, 2 for the PFL Lightweight World Championship in Dubai. If you didn't see fight number 1, this is how close it was. Really, the only major difference between the output on these fighters was the takedowns, the successful takedowns for Usman Nurmagomedov. But Paul Hughes didn't stay down long. He was able to reverse position a couple of times. I mean, this was very much a back-and-forth affair. I cannot wait. I know it's cliche for fight number 2. Paul Hughes was calling for this not the day after the fight. I'm talking seconds after the first one was over. He said, I want to do that again, and I'm going to get you next time.
You know, and the thing I loved as well is Paul wasn't going to wait around. He knew that Usman was going to say, I need you to fight. So he took a fight straight away, and he took a tough one in a main event in his hometown. I mean, talk about piling the pressure on yourself. But what that did is it took him home in front of his hometown fans. It gave him one of the best knockouts that we've seen this year in a first round left hook. The first punch he threw pretty much, caught his kick, clipped him on the chin and knocked him out, and then straight away gave us another highlight reel call out of Nurmagomedov, which recruited all of those fans in the arena into the journey. this is going to be a very different second fight. I think both of them are going to be so much better, but I also think the attention, the support for both of these fighters is going to be so much greater, which piles on that pressure.
People say all the time there are levels to the MMA game, and that is what Usman Nurmagomedov represents. He is that next level. Now, Paul Hughes came oh so close the first time around. Some thought Usman overlooked him a little bit, maybe didn't take this fight as seriously as he should have. He even said that in the aftermath immediately. Well, now Paul Hughes doesn't get to sneak up on Usman Nurmagomedov, and if you're correct in your prediction, Dan Hardy, and you're getting a better version of Usman, then Paul Hughes really needs to level up if he expects to get a win.
Definitely, but I also think that a lot of these performances that Paul's had since he's joined the promotion, especially the AJ McKee fight and the Usman fight, not only is Paul proving to everybody else what he's capable of, but he's also proving to himself what he's capable of. I mean, of course he thinks he can get in there and compete with Nurmagomedov, but to actually get in there and do it for 5 rounds, and now to have spent the next few months people telling him how good he was and how close the fight was, I think he's going to level up again.
And you can see the quote from Paul Hughes really drives the point I just made home. The moment I stepped out of that cage, I've been preparing for the rematch, including through that Bruno Miranda fight. There is zero chance Usman Nurmagomedov wants it more than Paul Hughes. That's what Paul Hughes thinks. Usman Nurmagomedov, though, he's not just fighting for himself. He is fighting for that legacy, that Dagestani lineage, the pride, the family name. Obviously, his uncle, Abdulmanap, is really the origin of this whole entire Dagestani MMA picture. His cousin Khabib is one of the all-time greats, will be in the corner. That was actually one of the funniest things about fight number 1, is watching the nerves of Khabib as a corner man trying to coach his cousin through a really, really tough fight.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Khabib is such an animated corner man anyway. I mean, we saw him nearly facebar Umar when Usman was fighting Shabli. It's a very, very tense moment for this whole camp. And this is one thing that's quite different with the Nurmagomedov camp. We score it as a team. Like, we talk about, oh, their record is 100 and something and 3 wins, 3 losses. It's like Usman Nurmagomedov is 19-0. If he picks up 1 loss on that record, that is such a heavy weight for him to carry back into the gym, to take back over to the corner to Khabib, who retired undefeated at 29-0. Like, not only are these guys wanting to completely dominate the sport, but they don't want to give up even a single loss. And that's a tremendous amount of pressure for Usman that Paul doesn't have on his shoulders, right? Paul's got 2 losses on his record. He's come through, he's improved from them. Usman is still holding that loss at the gate, and it was so very close that last time. Can it be different this time, and can the pressure play into this? And what a fight card to support it.
It's not the only title bout on the fight card. Light heavyweight strap will be contested between Corey Anderson, who we last saw stepping up to the heavyweight division. He's coming back down to 205 to take on the 2024 PFL light heavyweight champion Davlet Yagshimuradov, Magomed Magomedov, Sergio Pettis, Archie Colgan, JJ Wilson. Whoever wins that one will surely factor into the lightweight title picture at some point. Jack Cartwright, Calvin Loughran making their PFL debuts. Going to be a lot of fun. And as long as we're talking about bantamweights, PFL Europe Bantamweight tournament continues tonight with semifinal matchups. Varisa Diguzel, Julian Lopez, Dean Garnett, Jan Chepowski. Winners advance to the tournament championship in Lyon, France, December 13th. How'd we get here? Well, Jan Chepowski comes in undefeated, 26 years old, taking on Julian Lopez, and he just blitzes his way to a first-round victory. Speed, power, not a whole lot of precision, at least not in that one, but enough to get it done inside the first frame.
Accuracy in the chaos. That's what I like about Jan Chepowski. There's accuracy in the chaos and the support that he's going to have. I've been tagged in a bunch of photos today of all the Polish fans in town coming in to support Jan Chepowski. What a
Jan Chepowski, look at that lineup. These are just the guys who have not yet experienced a loss in their MMA careers. Ibra Ibragimov, Archie Colgan, Jakub Kasuba, 2-time PFL Europe lightweight champion. Patrick Abirora, who we saw in the main event last time we were in Europe for the PFL Smart Cage. Jordan Newman, at 185 pounds, he's 8-0.
We have got a stacked roster, haven't we? I can't wait to see some of these guys matched up in some leveled up opponents. Bright future.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the bantamweight bracket of the PFL Europe tournament. Please welcome to the PFL Europe cage first, Jan Jablonski.
Przysięgam, drogi nie zmienię. Dla mnie marzenia mają tu najwyższą cenę. Co dnia się budzę świadomy, że spełniam cel, choć dopiero się rozkręcam.
Jan Jablonski carries with him a certain amount of Tasmanian devil energy.
It's in his DNA, isn't it?
I mean, you sit down and have a conversation with him. He's got his translator next to him, and he's just kind of laughing maniacally through the whole experience. He doesn't mind the language barrier. He gets the point across with just his bearing and the set of his shoulders. A fascinating young man with a rising skill set and the athletic talent to back it.
It's going to be a fiery one, this is, man. Even the face-off yesterday, they were like trying to fire each other up. Like, the tenacity and the intensity from both of these guys, I don't think many people can match Jan Jablonski, but I think we've found the matchup in this one with Dean Garnett. He talks very calm, but he's a very intense person under the surface, is Dean Garnett. And I think he knows that this is potentially a really, really tough test in his career, but also a big win, because Jan Jablonski is potentially going to go on and do incredible things. We've got a big banner up here, look at this. I love it. The Polish fans showing out. The question for me right now is, can Jan Jablonski put the skills together to beat Dean Garnett right now in this point, right? Dean Garnett with the experience, he's the former hexagon featherweight champ, a tough opponent.
Severin Parlacou has more on Jan Jablonski's opponent, Dean Garnett.
Yes, Sean, before Dean Garnett makes his walk, this is a man who has seen it all. At 37 years old, he's a veteran with titles and 8 career finishes. He just told me actually that he wants to show the next generation that experience still matters. Back to you, Sean.
That is the question tonight. Can Dean Garnett make his experience advantage matter in this fight? He is 11 years older than his opponent. He has double the fights. He's been in there for some absolute wars. Can he bring that experience and translate it into a victorious game plan? Can he put the pressure on Jan Jablonski, who honestly runs through a lot of guys? Can he put doubt in the mind of the rising young star? He believes the answer to that is yes.
The quiet confidence of Dean Garnett can be quite unnerving for a lot of fighters, but Jan Jablonski doesn't seem to be too fazed by it. The question is, when this fight goes deep, if it gets into the deep rounds, what does Jan Jablonski do to deal with the experience of Dean Garnett? Now, Dean can fight up at featherweight. He's been a champion in that division, but this is really his weight class. But the last fight he had, he struggled with the scales. Obviously, the fight was moved back and there was some turbulence in his camp, but this time he's come in and he is a third lighter when he arrived in fight week this time around. He's cut less weight, but he looks in physical condition just as normal. I think he's going to be able to keep a real incredible pace this time around.
Bantamweight tournament action up next. Dean Garnett is 37 years of age as we take a look at the tail of the tape. Jan Jablonski is 26. The man from Poland is a little bit taller and has a slight reach advantage as well.
All right, keys to victory for this semi-final matchup brought to you by Arkham. So Dean Garnett has got to set the pace, and he's coming in great condition, so I think that's part of his game plan. He's got to punch into takedowns, he can't make them too obvious, but then when it hits the floor, he's got to control his opponent and choke him out. For Jan Czapłowski, fast footwork is going to be a key. He's got to stay mobile, but fighting in bursts might catch Dean off guard. And of course, he's got to stay off the fence, so defending those takedowns will be easier.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the following fight is the first of our semi-finals in the PFL Europe Bantamweight tournament. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 135.6 pounds, and his record is perfect, with 9 wins across his 9 fights. This man fights out of Wrocław, Poland. This is Jan Czapłowski! And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He is a grappling specialist and stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 136 pounds and owns a record of 13 victories, 3 losses, and a single draw. He fights out of Liverpool, England, presenting Dean Garnett. The referee in charge, Lloyd Porter.
Jan Czapłowski is in the black trunks.
Ready?
Daniela says round number 1 set to start. Dean Garnett's in the red. Winner advances to Lyon, France for a bantamweight tournament final. Southpaw stands for Jan Czapłowski.
Look at the difference in stance between the two of them as well. Dean is very traditional in his stance, a little bit lower, a little bit more set into the floor, whereas Jan is very light on his feet. Makes him quick off the mark, which is why he does tend to fight in bursts and catch people off guard. Dean's super patient here. He's going to try and smoke out some anxiety and level change under a panicked attack. I think that might be his game plan. Certainly looks like he's looking to level change. Interesting feeling out process.
Finally breaks the seal at 1 minute mark. Inside leg kick lands there for Jan.
Yeah, you can see Dean's confident pressure is forcing Jan to second guess a little bit in his attack. Because you can see that Dean's kind of waiting, he's holding something back, waiting to go.
That chanting you're hearing in the background are Jan Czapłowski supporters who've made the trip here to Nantes, France.
Good jab. This is a good pace here for Jan Czapłowski. If he can keep this up and just stay on the end of his jab and his front kick, he might be able to force Dean to do something reckless, which opens up Czapłowski's finishing opportunities. Oh, timing on that takedown.
Spinning attempt finds nothing to land on as Dean Garnett,
what a scramble,
right underneath it.
Czapłowski just went elbow, elbow, elbow constantly until there was space. That's a statement straight away, and he looks confident from it as well. He's picked up his striking pace, those front kicks to the body. Beautiful counter striking.
Nasty inside leg kick and a left hand to follow from Jan Czapłowski.
I love that front kick that he's been using. It also makes it difficult for Dean to level change as that front kick's coming up the midsection. He's got to time it right, otherwise he could potentially run onto it.
There it is again, this time Garnett
he's got a
grabs a hold of
guillotine.
the leg. Strong guillotine attempt here from Czapłowski.
He's gone over the shoulder. Look, you can see Dean's gone over the shoulder to try and take some pressure off this, but that's a good guillotine attempt. Man, Czapłowski's really using his lower body to push Dean away. I think he's going to have given up on that now.
Dean Garnett muscles through the guillotine attempt and into the closed guard now. Czapłowski's backing himself up to the smart cage, where he'll try to elevate his shoulders, get his feet back on the mat.
Don't win defense, don't win defense. Don't win defense.
See Czapłowski kicking himself out, trying to threaten an arm. He's very active on the bottom, makes it difficult for Dean Garnett to control him. One thing I will say, though, is Dean works with a lot of young fighters, and the benefit in that is that those young fighters can grow and they can scrap and they can scramble. So I would imagine that Dean spends a lot of his week holding down younger fighters and trying to stifle their aggression. I like these butterfly hooks that he's using.
Czapłowski trying to get his legs back in the fight here. Double butterfly.
Trying to make space. Dean smothering. Punches to the hamstring. Well, this is a better position for Dean. 30 seconds to make it work, though.
Good knee to the midsection from that top spot. Now figure 4 on the bottom leg to prevent Jan Czapłowski from building a base.
This is going to give Dean confidence that if he can get the fight to the floor, that he's going to be able to now control him. So Czapłowski's going to have to be really, really cautious in this second round of how he attacks and when.
One last left from Dean Garnett to finish round 1. There's the Czapłowski camp.
So there's the timing on that takedown. Under the spin, really lovely work. Takes the legs away. Good timing. That's the reckless attack that I was talking about. He was able to smoke it out, kept his patience. But here come the elbows. I mean, he landed so many good elbows, but then the second time Dean got the fight to the floor was here. And this was far more successful. He was able to spread his weight and land some really solid strikes.
Bantamweight semifinal between Dean Garnett and Jan Czapłowski. Winner advances to the championship in Lyon, December 13th. Southpaw stands to start round 2 again for Jan Czapłowski. Goes back to the front kick. Giving different looks, showing different stances, Jan Czapłowski.
Yeah, much better for him to be in the center of the cage, though, because even if he does get taken down, there's space to scramble away, whereas if he's trapped up against the fence, Dean is a specialist in keeping you there. I like that body tack, though. He might be opening up the head kick here. Dean really swept away with that kick. Nice hook.
Counter with the right hook, Jan Czapłowski bouncing light on the feet. Garnett did put a lot of effort into staying on top in the close of round number 1.
He's got clever striking as Czapłowski, but that was a great takedown attempt again by Garnett. Look how he scurries around over the legs to cover them. Clever work.
Trying to reach that right leg around, see if he can get himself onto Dean Garnett's back. Garnett wise to it.
Doing a good work elevating, isolating an arm. Reverse triangle attempt here is going to be difficult to finish. Certainly not ideal for Dean to get stuck in here. Maybe Czapłowski can use it as a scrambling opportunity.
Instead, Dean Garnett clocks himself around into side control and then oddly steps back into the closed guard of Jan Czapłowski.
I think Dean probably feels like he can control his hips better. Gotta watch those up kicks though.
Now north-south again. This is where the old man strength of Dean Garnett really comes into play in a fight like this.
Yeah, absolutely. So good at spreading his weight. He's very clever at how he distributes his weight when he's in top position. Look how his hand goes searching back for the head. On a wrist always. Here it is, wrist control. Hooking now. Can Czapłowski scrape him off?
Jan trying to shake the monkey out of the tree. Successfully works his way back to the feet. Seated switch attempt here for Jan. Again, Dean stays a step ahead.
All over him like a rat on a Cheeto, to quote the great Randy Couture.
Shout out to Randy.
See if Czapłowski can shake him free here. Dean is like Velcro though, stuck to his back.
Good mat return, forcing Czapłowski down onto his referee's position.
Oh, that's a good scramble opportunity there. Look, now he's taking the back of Garnett. Interesting work. That top hook in, but Dean's trying to extend his body and make him difficult to control. He's gone to the triangle side of the body as well now. He's got the foot on the floor, which means he can start to put pressure. Man, Czapłowski's doing a really good job controlling with that body triangle. He's trying to unlace it.
And there's the double grip. If Czapłowski can get that instep behind the left knee of Dean Garnett again, that much harder to extract yourself from the body triangle position. Incredible amount of pressure.
I think Czapłowski could potentially boss himself to a top position here and land some strikes, but that's great work by Dean.
Czapłowski tries the up kicks. Dean almost muscles into a triangle attempt, but pushes right through. Close guard again for the Polish fighter.
Last 20, last 20. He's slowing down, he's happy on the flat.
10 seconds left in round 2. Dean Garnett will try to ride it out on top of Jan Czapłowski, smashing against the smart cage fence.
Stop!
3rd and final round of this Bantamweight semifinal. Dean Garnett in the red, Jan Czapłowski in the black. Round 2, tough to score, Dan.
A very tough round to score. You know, Dean with the takedowns with the top position, but Czapłowski with the better position when it hit the ground, and probably with the better strikes on the feet as well.
Czapłowski does look a little tired now, more labored. Oh, he goes for a takedown.
He rolls all the way through. Dean Garnett continues to grip and roll.
Oh, he's got it!
Guillotine! A tight squeeze here from Garnett.
That is tight.
Czapłowski taps! Dean Garnett to the PFL Europe Tournament Final!
Wow!
He hands Jan Czapłowski the first loss of his professional career.
Wow, what a beautiful moment between these two as well. As a veteran fighter talking to a young fighter about how bright his future's going to be. That was beautiful. Look, that was a bad calculation from Czapłowski. He came sprinting in with that takedown. He probably didn't need to do it. And he almost rolled through and got out. But look at this with Dean. Old man strength bridges over. Jumps that guard, traps his arm in as well. And when you can see the tap, it's actually arm that's trapped in the guillotine that taps. Another great stoppage by Loic Poirier. He is a fantastic referee. Gets at the right angle for the tap. We had fingertips in that earlier fight today. We had a little tiny movement on that tap there. Great work by the referee. Fantastic work by Dean Garnett to move him through to the finals. I'm going to go and talk to him, Sean.
37 years old and still handing out losses to these young bucks.
Guillotine, motherfuckers!
Dean Garnett. Incredible performance here in Nantes, France. Win number 14, submission win number 6. Dean will face the winner of Barisa Digouzel and Julian Lopez, who square off later tonight here in Nantes at the Zenith Metropole Arena. Andy Shepard, the voice of our Smart Cage, makes this one official.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our referee Loic Poirier calls a halt to the action at 38 seconds of round number 3. Declaring a winner via submission to a guillotine choke and securing their place in the PFL Europe Bantamweight Tournament Final, Dean Garnett!
Jan Czapłowski is finished hearing the congratulations of Dean Garnett. The veteran comes through and advances to the tournament final. Dan Hardy is with the winner inside the Smart Cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner, Dean Garnett. What an incredible fight that was. Look, an undefeated fighter with great support in the building. You knew you had to outlast him and drown him in there, is what you said. Was that the fight you expected?
Firstly, Jan Czapłowski, what a guy, what a fighter. I respect that guy a lot, and he's a big star for PFL. But it's my time now. It's my time. And I believe he thought I was going to be tired in round 3. I got off my stool, and I stared at him for like 20 seconds, and he looked at the floor, and I knew he started wrestling me. That's when I knew he was ready to be took out of there. So the weight cut does affect me when I don't get it right. Dan, I said this to you. I've got 5 rounds in me when I get it right. I'll be ready for that final December. I should have been there last year. You know why, I don't want to embarrass anyone, but I should have been there last year. I'm coming for me dough this year. Get it ready, I want it cash.
Look, an incredible performance. Like, how do you prepare for someone that is undefeated? Because I heard all the interviews, everyone's going, oh, undefeated, how do you deal with that? And you said the same thing every time. I don't think it's that much of a big deal. Where does that mentality come from?
Listen, I went to Chechnya and fought Magomedov undefeated. It means fuck all. What matters is the guy opposite you in the cage. And tonight he bit off more than he could chew. I was way too experienced. He's never been in there with a guy like me. And that's just a chance for Jan to go away, go back to the drawing board, and see what he needs to do to catch up with the top of the division, which is me on the European scene.
Let's just have a look. I'm going to call out to the truck and see if they can put your guillotine on the screen here. Talk me through this, Dean, because it was a beautiful transition.
Yeah, my guillotine's my fucking signature move. It took 2 bites of the cherry, swept him with it, brought him on top, and then I locked it up, I trapped his arm, and I knew it was over. If you're tired and I put you in that, you shit your pants, literally, Dan, you shit your pants. That's all I'll say.
One more question for you. A message to the guy on the other side of the bracket when that is decided.
I've got a feeling it's going to be me and another former Hexagon champion, another great fighter. I look forward to preparing for 5 rounds. I've always wanted to fight 5 rounds, so maybe December's going to be my chance, but either way, I'm the fucking best guy here. Let's have it right.
Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, moving through to the finals, December 13th in Lyon, the bantamweight contender Dean Garnett.
We asked the question before the fight started, can Dean Garnett make his experience advantage matter? And he absolutely did. Pushed this one into round number 3. Jan Chaplovsky makes a miscalculation, shoots for the takedown, and Dean Garnett recognizes his opportunity, squeezes the guillotine, and gets the tap. He's on to Lyon and a $100,000 bantamweight tournament final. You know, we were talking about Randy Couture during that fight. We asked Randy to break down the Usman Nurmagomedov-Paul Hughes rematch, and of course, the natural obliged.
Rematches are always tough because you know each other so well. You've studied all the footage. And again, the guy that won has the onus of figuring out what the changes are going to be in the second fight, in the rematch. That's always a challenge. Hughes has to be careful about his forward pressure. He wants to put forward pressure on Nurmagomedov, but in doing so, he extends himself a little bit. It makes it easier for Nurmagomedov to change levels and close that distance and score those takedowns. Nurmagomedov's skill set is his hands are very, very good. He's going to step in the pocket, let his hands go. He throws good, sharp, crisp combinations. And to follow that up, he'll punch his way into those takedowns. And then the control happens. This Dagestani leg irons, the far wrist ride, they make it miserable. They float over the top of you. They smother you. They attach themselves to you like a barnacle. And it's a barnacle you can't scrape off. On paper, this matchup looks like the classic grappler versus the striker, but we both know these athletes are way more well-rounded than that. This is going to be a true mixed martial arts competition. Expect anything from either one of these guys in any position this fight goes to.
Go buy your tickets now, Coca-ColaArena.com. Any information you need can be found at PFLMMA.com as well. We are a week away from the rematch. Usman Nurmagomedov and Paul Hughes. And Paul Hughes is not just up against the name, he's up against this resume. 19-0 for Usman. He's already defended his lightweight title. He's looking to do it again. And in 19 fights, he's gotten his opponent out of there early 14 times. A nearly equal distribution between knockouts and submissions. And you heard Randy's breakdown. He absolutely can make you pay with the wrestling and make you miserable and wear you out. That's actually not how he likes to do it. He wants to hurt you and make you quit. Up next, Connor Hughes looks to punch his ticket to a lightweight final. Gino Van Steenis trying to follow in Big Brother's footsteps and snag some gold in 2025. A lightweight semifinal next.
PFL Europe is brought to you by Gila Dow, the official partner of PFL Europe, and by the brand new PFL app. Download to experience exclusive fighter content, a full fight library, and to stay current on all your PFL news and information. Scan the QR code now to download. And by PFL Road to Dubai Champions Series, the best city to visit, live in, and do business in.
Historic night here in Cape Town, South Africa. A middleweight world title bout between Johnny Eblen and Costello Van Steenis. The crowd is on their feet.
Nice combination.
He's getting more encouragement with every moment that he can stay on his feet.
Nice calf kick.
A lot of damage showing now on the face of Johnny Eblen. Oh, nasty combination again. Costello Van Steenis. And is now piecing up Johnny Eblen.
What a comeback this would be. His arm is underneath the chin.
Costello Van Steenis with the squeeze.
He's out!
Costello Van Steenis choked Johnny Evelyn unconscious for a world championship comeback.
There's the career resume for Costello Van Steenis, your current PFL middleweight world champion. Big time finish rate. He's won 3 straight, all of those inside the distance. And against Johnny Evelyn, it was right inside the distance. 9 seconds left in that fight. Also on the resume, he is the big brother of Gino, as you take a look at the notable fighting brothers in mixed martial arts. Fabian Edwards, Leon Edwards, Gino and Costello, the Nurmagomedovs, Anthony and Sergio Pettis.
What about the Millers?
Nate and Nick Diaz. Yeah, what about Jim and Dan Miller? What about Dan and Tom Hardy? Oh wait. Not related.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following fight concludes the semi-finals in the PFL Europe Lightweight Tournament. Please welcome to the smart cage, Gino Van Steenis.
If I didn't know better, Sean, when he walked into the room and you said he's the middleweight champ, I go, yeah, you know what? I believe that. That's believable. Look at the size of him for a lightweight. Like, you said this yesterday, Conor Hughes is a big dude for this weight class.
Absolutely.
But you're going to see the size difference, especially now they're both filled out. Conor's going to look thicker, but the height and reach of Gino Van Steenis is a problem in itself for Conor Hughes to solve.
And just like his brother Costello, who's very big for middleweight, he's not big for nothing. He knows how to use his size to his advantage. He knows how to use the reach. He knows when he gets into scenarios up against the cage or on ground, especially on top, how to use that size advantage to make his opponent's life miserable. There are plenty of guys in mixed martial arts who are big for the weight class. People do the weight cutting thing so they can be weight bullies. But it doesn't mean anything if you don't have the technique and the skill and the strategy to maximize your size advantage. And Gino has maximized that, as has Costello. Here's how his opponent, Conor Hughes, got to the semifinals. Sebastian DeFranco, whose twin brother we saw earlier tonight, ate a big right hand, and Conor Hughes added another knockout to his resume. He's got 9 finishes in 11 career victories, but the one he really wants is in front of him tonight.
And his opponent, Conor Hughes.
Conor Hughes, incredible, crisp, sharp striking. He feels like the strikes are best used when setting up his grappling, and his grappling is best used when setting up some combinations. This man is a well-rounded mixed martial artist, but feels his advantage tonight is in the speed and technique on the feet. The stakes have never been higher for Connor Hughes in his career. When he's taking another crack at this tournament format, he feels like his experience and the 2 failed attempts in the past are actually setting him up for success here. Will he be able to advance to Lyon? We find out right now in Nantes, France. Semi-final tail of the tape brought to you by Gilles Dow. Connor Hughes, 28. Gino Van Steenis, a year younger. Van Steenis is the taller fighter here, over 6 feet tall at lightweight. Slight reach advantage favoring the Spaniard.
All right, keys to victory time for this one, brought to you by Arkham. So for Connor Hughes, he's got to hold the center and negate that height and reach. Feinting and countering will be his best opportunities to strike, and he's got to defend those takedowns. He doesn't want to get stuck underneath against this big guy in Gino Van Steenis. For Van Steenis, he's got to fight at range and utilize that reach advantage. Kicks before punches is a given. He's got such good kicks, and he can utilize that reach well there. And then wrestling to top position where he can hold and utilize his grappling, that's the way to be.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following fight is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds and concludes the semi-finals of the PFL Europe Lightweight Tournament. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 6 feet 1 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 155.7 pounds, and his record stands at 6 wins and 1 loss. He fights out of Altea, Spain. He is the Ghost Assassin, Gino Van Steenis. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is also a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 11 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 155 pounds, and across his 13 fights has built a record of 11 victories and just 2 defeats. 9 wins coming by way of stoppage. He fights out of Liverpool, England, presenting Connor Hughes. Referee in charge, Dan Moverheady.
Judge.
Dan Moverheady will oversee the semi-final action. Connor Hughes in green, Gino Van Steenis in black trunks tonight. Winner advances to take on Alex Chijov for a tournament final in Lyon, France on December 13th.
You ready? Have fun.
Connor just trying to edge his way into range, utilizing his feints. The more he can have Van Steenis squeezed up against the fence, the easier it's going to be to protect his movement and to counter his strikes.
Long jab there from Van Steenis to counter the low kick from Connor Hughes.
It's an obvious target, that lead leg for Van Steenis, especially because he's got quite a wide stance and because he steps hard on that lead leg when he throws his punches. If Connor can damage that calf in some way in this first round, that would make his striking exchanges a lot safer. He'd be able to move in and out of range, and Van Steenis wouldn't be able to follow him quite as quickly. Here's the feints. Here's the calf kick again. That one did some damage.
Hughes leading the dance early here. Just over a minute gone, stalking around the outside of the cage. Another snapping kick onto that lead leg. Already redness right around the knee of Gino Van Steenis.
I think Conor might start touching the body here in a minute. If I was him, I'd be trying to think about utilizing that left hook. What you'll notice with Van Steenis is he kind of bow and arrows when he throws his jab. So his lead hand goes forward, but his backhand comes away to power it. They're your opportunities to counter when people don't keep their defending hand in good posture. Nice body kick.
Hughes attacks the body again.
And again
back to the leg.
And that's on the redness as well that we can see quite clearly on that leg. Good targeting by Conor. Van Steenis has got to start pulling the trigger here, otherwise Conor's going to walk him down. And you can see Chisov there sitting on the outside of the smart cage watching. Fully expected it to be Conor Hughes. I thought that was interesting in the call-out post-fight. But here's something to consider. If Hughes wins, we have Chisov and Hughes in the final, and they've done 3 rounds of the tournament, 3 years of the tournament.
Both guys potentially benefiting from the experience.
Absolutely.
Both of them in the fighter meetings mentioned they felt prepared. The trial and error weighing in. Van Steenis is open to...
Oh! What a head kick!
The high kick from hell! And Conor Hughes puts out Gino Van Steenis.
That was beautiful. Wow! What a finish! What a finish!
Added to the Conor Hughes highlight reel. The left leg comes all the way up and separates Gino Van Steenis from his consciousness.
That was spectacular. And we got Patrick Haberora cage side loving that knockout as well. Wow, look at that finish. What timing. And he'd utilized that step through kick earlier on. Hit to the body, but this time he went to the head. What a finish. That was an elite finish from Conor Hughes. Man, look at the shot from Chisov. Wow.
Look at Chisov's reaction.
Right, I'm heading in to talk to Conor. What a finish that was.
Conor!
Good to see Gino Van Steenis already on his feet, fully lucid.
I've just got experience. This was me last year. Come back, go again. Promise you. Don't let this stop you, man. Yeah.
And how about that? Conor Hughes says to Gino Van Steenis, this was me last year. Don't let it stop you. Come back next year. And he's absolutely right. It was in the final last year, but Conor Hughes was knocked out by Jakub Kasuba. There's Patrick Haberora. He liked what he saw from the Conor Hughes knockout. It's a different leg, but it's the same result. Haberora went upstairs. That was at our last PFL Europe event. And this is just moments ago. Perfectly timed, perfectly placed. And the follow-up from Conor Hughes is almost unnecessary. Seven 7-0, Patrick Haberora.
Let's go, fighters to the center, please.
Oh, yes, Andy Shepard will make this one official.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, referee Dan Mavahedi calls a hold to the action at 2 minutes and 56 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner via knockout and progressing to the finals of the PFL Europe Lightweight Tournament, Conor Hughes!
Knockout victory for Conor Hughes, number 6 on his pro resume. Dan Hardy's inside the smart cage with our winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible knockout from Conor Hughes, moving you through to the finals of the tournament. You said this was going to happen, and here we are talking about it.
Once again, Dan. You know what I've been saying since the start of this? I'm getting 3 knockouts this year. I'm going to take them all out one by one, and there's going to be no question about anything. Here he is, Chizov. Lad, they've been wanting this fight with me and you for 2 years now. Let's give them what they want, yeah? Let's give them what they want, lad.
Look, just talk me through this. Before we get the face-off with Chizov, let's have a look at this screen up here. Talk me through this finish, because what a head kick knockout it was.
Yeah, look, like, he's a dangerous kid. He really is. He's a dangerous kid, but I knew my experience, I knew my timing. I just know I'm smarter than these people. My eyes are far better than a lot of them. I don't get caught with silly stuff. I was just setting him up, man. I knew that first round he was dangerous. So the plan was take him into deep waters, drown him, let him burn his energy, really. But I set up the body kick a couple of times, which got me the head kick and another first round KO, what can I say?
It was beautiful. You got quite the reaction from Patrick Habarora, who's sitting cage side as well, who's just coming off a very similar knockout of your own.
Mate, you know what, Patrick? I've got to give it to Patrick. He was there in Paris, he fought in Paris himself. And I got the knockout against Anatoly Barney. He came up to me in the hotel and we've had nothing but respect. Real recognised real, you know what I mean? He's a killer, I'm a killer. Mate, I'm just so happy, Dan.
This is a dangerous division. Right, let's get into the centre of the cage. Let's bring in Alex Chizov. This is the final for the lightweights. This is a fight that's been brewing for many years. Alex Chizov, Conor Hughes, progressing through to the finals December 13th in Lyon. That is going to be a battle. $100,000 on the line and a PFL Europe title, and one of these boys is taking it home. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you in Lyon. Congratulations, Conor Hughes, on the victory.
Conor Hughes advances. Alex Chizov welcomes the fight. We will see that one in Lyon, December 13th. The lightweight bracket filled out. Conor Hughes, Alex Chizov. One man will stand alone atop that situation at the end of our PFL Europe tournament. And you heard Conor Hughes say it. He said they've wanted this fight for 2 years. Count me among those who have wanted this fight for 2 years. And now we get it.
Look, I'm definitely there with you. We've talked about this all night. The lightweight division in mixed martial arts right now is absolutely on fire. Like, of course, we're going to speak to another superstar in a second, Patrick Habarora, but my goodness, the talent in this division. Look, and you can't even count out Gino Van Steeners. He's still got a very strong career ahead of him. But right now, it's Conor Hughes' time. And we get that fight against Chizov. Look at that. Look at that. Patrick Habarora, right high kick on Danny Roberts, left high kick on Conor Hughes. Really solid work. And I like the setup from both of these guys, but quite different. Of course, Patrick threw that right hand to set up the head kick, whereas Conor, man, he read that technique was going to be there from earlier in the fight when he landed to the body.
Yeah, he was attacking the body with that left leg, and then, like you so often see, he brings the next one upstairs. He gets the knockout victory. And while we're paused on a split screen here, Patrick Habarora joins us here in Nantes, France. Last time out,
I have to speak in the mic.
Europe in Brussels.
Okay.
Patrick, another high kick knockout, similar, different leg, obviously slightly different setup, but a highlight reel finish for Conor Hughes.
Definitely, I'm a huge fan of this dude, and since my first fight in PFL, it was in Brazil, so it was like maybe 2 years or 1 year ago. I watched him his fight, and I said, dude, you hit like a fucking, like you're a white guy, but you hit like a black guy. I was like, bro, I'm a fan of you. And then, since he entered in the cage and he was walking, and I can see he was taking the center and just grinding, I was like, he's gonna knock him out. Like, I can feel it. And then I say to my friend, look, he's gonna do the right and then go to the left side. I was thinking about a left hook, but he gave the high kick even better. And then the knockout. And at the moment he did it, I was thinking about this combo, and I said it, I was like, bro, that's crazy. That's really crazy, and I'm really a fan of him.
Okay, so you're watching in real time as Conor Hughes gets the read and then knocks out his opponent. We're gonna show you a flashback to Brussels.
Yeah,
and let's walk through your finish. Danny Roberts is a very, very tough veteran of the sport. I know you have a lot of respect for a guy like that, but this, how'd you set it up?
Actually, if you see just like few shots before, I threw the right hand to the body, and he was like left-standed. So he was dodging, you know, and little bit like Dustin Poirier.
Sure.
Like parry it.
Yeah, parried my right hand, and he was caring about this one. So I did it once to the body, then I did it to the head, a little bit stronger. So he parried, and then I see that in like 0.1 second. I said, bro, you cooked.
So talk me through this one then.
Yeah.
Talk me through what he's doing here, because it's a different setup, right?
Okay, for me,
we're gonna get a different angle, I think.
For me, like how he was walking, his style is like he's walking, and he's just feinting, like changing levels, and he has like flat feet, you know. So he understands that when he kicked to the body, I felt that he touched his liver, and he was already gassed out, the other guy, because he touched to the body, and then he was giving more information to the body. So I was looking at Gino getting his guard going down. So when you hit to the body, when you give to the right, and you go to the left, the guy cannot just follow the shots. And then if you don't see a shot coming, you're knocked out.
Hey, what's it like to be at an event and you not fighting? It must be weird, right?
I hate it. But I know, like, my guy, Boris, gonna win, and I truly believe he's gonna take this one. And I'm really happy that he's a co-main event. You give him the shot, and I truly believe he's gonna make us proud. And I'm really rooting for Boris. Boris Satangana is a big, big prospect, and I love how PFL, everything is growing. Now I'm getting back to I'm recovering from my injuries, and I was training with George St. Pierre. I was doing everything in Canada. I didn't post a lot of things, but y'all gonna see to my next fight.
I'm excited to see. I said to you a minute ago, I saw you training with GSP.
Yeah.
Obviously one of the best of all time.
Yeah.
And I know that he's gonna look at you like an opportunity to pour information into.
And Firas, Zahabi, and GSP, I have to give them a really big credit, because they trained me like for almost 1 month. And I trained basically all my wrestling and grappling game. And I learned so many stuff about it. And my coach is looking for me and saying maybe welterweight, maybe lightweight. We're gonna see. And I'm just ready. I cannot wait to fight, because I want to knock someone out. I wanna have the big fights. I'm looking about Hughes and Nurmagomedov, what they're doing in Dubai, and I'm thinking like, okay, I have to have 3 fights, something like that, and I'm gonna be big like that, you know.
We were just talking about that.
Yeah, I think I'm growing now, and I'm in a good road, and I'm just keep training and keep staying humble.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, before we get to another conversation about Dubai, we had another impressive high kick knockout victory from the World Tournament. Did you see this one?
Oh my days!
Fabian Edwards winning the middleweight PFL World Tournament
that's crazy.
with a headshot of his own.
See, the right hand, when you do that, that's...
Hey, and you know what's crazy? This was, 3 years to the date that his brother Leon did it to Usman and won the belt.
The same date?
Same day, 3 years to the date.
There is, I believe there is momentum in life, you know? There is some stuff, maybe it's God, but, you know, there is something, if you can analyze your opponent during the fight and take the decision in 1 second at a time, you can go far in MMA, because everything is about style and making the right decision at the right moment. And I do believe I have that, and I do believe Conor Hughes have that, and many guys, and you see, those fights are crazy.
You've definitely
This
got the
guy,
momentum.
he's been making the right decisions in his fights, and heading over to train with GSP. That's a good decision as well. Tonight, he's just a fan supporting a teammate, Boris Satangana.
Boris Satangana gonna win.
Of our co-main event later tonight. Patrick Aberora will be back at the Smart Cage soon enough. We'll keep you updated on what's next for a rising star, the Belgian Bomber. So, as long as we're talking about Usman Nurmagomedov and Paul Hughes,
Yeah. What do you think?
How do you think that fight goes?
Yeah, who's taking it?
I do believe maybe Usman in the first fight underestimate Paul, and he's not gonna do the same mistakes. I know a lot of people believe that Paul's gonna win this time, but I do believe that Usman in the second fight is not gonna make the same mistakes. He's gonna work on the gas tank. He's gonna work on the striking defense to the body and the combination, because Paul Hughes is a guy who fights with combinations. You know, a lot of English combinations, and he went in this fight with a bulletproof mind. And I do believe in the second fight, he's gonna go even hungrier. But Usman take it out because he was the better man, even if he's underestimated and even if he didn't have enough gas. So I do believe in the second fight, Usman's gonna do just the right things, you know? It's like Hamza did with DDP. He's gonna do the right things to win. I do believe that, but we can have a surprise. Actually, I love the both of fighters, and y'all know me. Give me some years and...
You'll be there, brother.
Yeah, if I'm there, you know. 155, I can go back and...
Tickets are available, Coca-ColaArena.com, PFLMMA.com. Patrick, thanks for stopping by with us.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for being here in Nantes, France. Don't forget to get those Dubai tickets, Coca-ColaArena.com. It's a week from tonight.
Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Touch gloves now if you want.
Do you think Paul Hughes deserves his rematch?
It's definitely not. He's not deserved.
Over in Dubai, we are finally getting the rematch that we've all wanted.
Cut to the chase, Usman was just refusing to fight me.
He was ducking me. He didn't want this rematch to happen right away.
I think it's gonna be a huge rematch. First fight, it was a tough fight because of Paul Hughes. This guy is a dog. If you don't finish him, he's gonna keep coming.
Right hand from you, and more work to the body. A big moment, a knee from Usman.
That's a look for Paul Hughes, look at it.
And swinging away to the final bell.
Still undisputed lightweight champion, Usman Nurmagomedov.
I cannot f***ing lose to this man. From the moment that I stepped foot outside that cage, I had been preparing for this rematch. This is my f***ing life's work, and there is zero chance that this man wants it more than me.
Stay focused, stay hungry, stay disciplined, stay together. Iron sharp iron.
Everywhere I beat him, in striking, in wrestling, grappling, everywhere. I'm better than him.
I'm going to bring him to that dark place.
Honestly, I don't care about him.
Coca-ColaArena.com, PFLMMA.com. I don't care where you go, get your tickets. We will be there a week from tonight in Dubai for the rematch. Usman Nurmagomedov versus Paul Hughes. Corey Anderson, David Yakhshimuradov for a light heavyweight world championship. And a great card leading up to that epic title. Dean Garnett advanced to the Bantamweight final. We have to find out who he will be facing in Lyon, France. Here's how the bracket looks as of right now. Barissa Digouzel coming in to fill in for an injured fighter. Julian Lopez with a second chance. Winner faces Garnett in early December.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following fight concludes the semi-final bracket of the Bantamweight PFL Europe Tournament. Making their way to the cage first, in the blue corner, Julian Lopez.
Dan, how often do we talk to fighters after a loss and they say, I just wish I had another crack at it. I know the mistakes that I made. I want to get right back in, and I want to make up for that mistake. It's so rare in the sport of mixed martial arts that you actually have an opportunity to do that. Layoffs can be long, and certainly the stakes after a loss typically change. Not the case for Julian Lopez. He gets a second chance in this bantamweight tournament after losing to Jan Czapłowski in the first round, and he feels like he's gone back, he's made the adjustments, he's ready to punch his ticket to the final.
He seems to have really shifted his mentality. He seems to be way more kind of focused and calm in this fight. I think that first fight that he had with the PFL where he took out Don Wooden, I think that gave him such a boost of confidence that when he came into the tournament, he was expecting to replicate the same thing against Czapłowski, and he was just kind of caught cold. But this is a great opportunity to step back into the bracket and take on someone that's incredibly respected in France, a hexagon champion in Paris, who is going to give him all of the problems in the world that Julian can try and cope with in this. And the other thing as well is these guys have worked together in the gym a little as well. There's some familiarity there. I'm interested to see how he recuperates from that last loss.
And his opponent, Boris Adeguzel.
We asked Boris Adeguzel if he's worried about stepping up onto a larger stage. He's been an absolute monster on the regional scene. Now he has an opportunity to stake his claim for the entire European continent. And he's almost casual about it. He said, I'm already the best in Europe. I'm already the best. I just need to make it official by winning this tournament. He is unconcerned almost with the level of competition he's going to face because he believes he sets the level of competition for European bantamweights. He talks a big game, Dan. Will he walk it?
Well, I mean, there's no reason why you wouldn't believe him. And I mean, all of his performances so far have been outstanding. Fast finishes, he's dangerous in every range of the fight. And of course, you know, he's stepping into this bracket with so much hype behind him. And he's fighting on his home soil as well. That really gives you a lot of power in your confidence to step in here. He feels confident that he can beat Julian Lopez, so he's almost looked over this opponent and into the finals. He's already seeing himself fighting in the finals. Now that could be an underestimation, and we'll find out when the fight starts. But if he is as good as he believes he is going to surprise everybody tonight.
Arkham tail of the tape for this bantamweight semifinal. Boris Adeguzel is 26, Julian Lopez is 35. Lopez is significantly taller, but Boris Adeguzel has a 1-inch reach advantage.
All right, it's time for keys to victory for this one. Brought to you by Arkham. So for Boris Adeguzel, he's got to kick the body, work that body and damage it. Knees in the clinch are going to be really useful, and then just keep it MMA. Make sure he uses his whole skill set. He's good everywhere the fight goes. For Julian Lopez, play the long game, and I don't mean by distance, I mean by time. Take it into the deeper rounds. Commit to his power punches, and of course, neck attacks when he's wrestling. That's where he can really get this fight in the win column.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following fight is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds and concludes the semi-finals of the PFL Europe Bantamweight tournament. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. He weighed officially at 135.6 pounds and has built a record of 7 wins, 5 losses and a single draw. He fights out of Toulouse, France. This is Julian Boyka Lopez. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 5 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 135.9 pounds, and his record stands at 8 victories and 1 defeat. 7 wins coming by way of stoppage. He fights out of Nice, France, presenting the Sniper, Boris Adegouze. The referee in charge, Rich Mitchell.
Rich Mitchell will oversee the action in our last semifinal of the night. Julian Lopez is in the dark trunks. Boris Adegouzel's in the red. Sean O'Connell, Dan Hardy, special guest commentator for this one, Cedric Doumbé. Hey, welcome to the broadcast table.
Thank you to welcome me. I'm very happy to be there. I will very be happier to be inside the cage. But I can't wait. Soon
enough. Let's get this one started. Winner advances to Lyon, France for a $100,000 Bantamweight Tournament Championship. Adegouzel in the southpaw stance.
Battle of French guys.
Yeah, there's a lot of hype around Adegouzel.
He tries back-to-back high kicks.
Oh,
the left-hand uppercut already has Lopez in a little bit of trouble.
We gotta be very careful because Boris is a knockout machine.
Man, he commits to these punches.
Another uppercut landed. Lopez is in serious trouble on his back and shelling up.
He's out.
It's over!
Crazy.
All done! Boris Adegouzel, the Sniper!
Wow. First round.
Did you expect that, Cedric? Yeah, you expected that.
Of course, this guy, he almost knocked all the opponents he have faced. He got the power, he got the technique, he's young. The opponent's not that young, 2 losses, and now, I expect that. Yeah. That's why I told you, we gotta be very careful in this first round because he used to knock the opponent at the first round. Very dangerous guy.
I know that got you excited to get back in the cage. We're going to see you in there soon, right? Tell me. Cedric, do you want to take these replays? Do you want to talk us through this?
Yeah.
We got replays.
Yeah, we'll do some replays here as Boris Adegouzel gets corralled back in.
Very, very fast with the fist, and then he caught him with this hook, and then he couldn't take it anymore, and then he's done.
Man.
Crazy. Very power on the hand. Now he's done. It's not even him. Yeah.
Big
done.
power.
That's crazy. First round.
Wow.
And for some fighters, they need the first round to warm up. To get inside the fight mentally. And when the opponent is fast, like opponent like me, he doesn't let you to get in the fight. He throw hard punch, hard kicks, and then if you don't, if you're not aware, then you can you can get knocked out.
Boris Adegouzel certainly not warming up in that first round. From the very first strike he threw, he was hunting that head. He went high kick. Uppercut started to land.
Gustavo, j'allais lui couper la tête à ce bâtard. Il a eu la chance. Hey, Gustavo, I was waiting for you, brother.
Cedric, I've got a question for you. So, if you feel like a fast start against an opponent's the right way to go, is that a decision that you make before the fight? So as you're walking into the cage, you go, I've got to start fast.
In the place of who?
Well, it depends who your opponent is.
Yeah.
Like, if you go, I know this guy wouldn't like a fast start.
Yeah.
Do you make that decision
Yeah,
when you
for
start?
sure, for sure.
Like Zebo, like.
Exactly.
Okay.
And Zebo, the thing is, I got into his mind before the fight. And during the walk-in, the matraz, and then like 10 seconds before the fight, when I screamed, Jordan, and all of this, you get in his mind, and if he's not ready yet for that, he will not get into the fight, and that's what happened.
Nice. I love the psychological warfare.
Yeah, and another thing here for Lopez, that this fight was like a revenge for him.
Yeah.
2 losses before the fight, so.
Boris Adegouzel trying to amp up this crowd. Andy Shepard will make it official.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, referee Rich Mitchell holds the action at 36 seconds of round number 1, declaring your winner via knockout and securing his place in the PFL Europe Bantamweight Tournament Final, the Sniper, Baris Adeguzil!
Cedric, similar to you making the transition to MMA, right? He's a guy whose striking is just light years ahead of a lot of his opponents. How do you beat a guy like that?
To beat a guy like that, you know, you need to do the same thing I used to do, or we striker used to do in the first round, especially the strikers with power. We need to go directly. You don't want to let the opponent get in the fight. So you need to wrestle him at the first second. You know, you need to traumatize him at the first round, in this first round, and then he will get the fatigue, and then into the second and the third round, he will not be able to fight.
A fascinating championship bout ahead of us in Lyon. Dean Garnett has that skill set to wrestle, to do it early. We'll see how it plays out. Dan Hardy's with the winner, and Severin Palacou.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with your winner, Baris Adeguzil. Lots of excitement for you coming to join the PFL, and you lived up to that hype, my friend. Tell me how you're feeling.
Beaucoup d'excitation évidemment avec cette victoire. Dis-nous un peu ce que tu ressens ici après cette victoire et ce combat.
Bah les gars, je vous mens pas, j'ai été champion à l'Hexagone. J'ai défendu ma ceinture. Je savais qu'il fallait passer au step au-dessus, donc j'ai choisi le PFL. Où pour moi, réellement, il y a vraiment les meilleurs en Europe. Avec ce mec qui est en face que je vais devoir taper devant vous tous le 13 décembre. Donc j'arrive dans la cour des grands comme ça. Je vous mens pas, je suis un peu triste parce que Julien c'était un ami. Malheureusement, je vais vous donner un conseil les gars. Chaque opportunité n'est pas bonne à prendre. Ça c'est quelque chose, marque-le quelque part. Il a su qu'il allait m'affronter. J'ai parlé avec tout le monde. Je savais que c'était une mauvaise idée pour lui. Mais moi je peux pas lui dire de pas combattre contre moi. Ça fait bizarre, tu vois, je mens pas, ça fait chelou quoi. Donc du coup, je l'ai laissé venir, mais je savais, voilà, j'avais pas un ressenti pas mauvais, même pas un seul, donc c'était... donc vous avez assisté à un KO au premier round comme d'habitude. Merci à tous.
Okay, so that's why he came at the PFL to fight the best opponent, of course, the best fighters. He can't wait to fight against like Dean Garnett, of course, and he said, for Julien, it was a mistake to face him.
What are your thoughts about Dean Garnett as an opponent? Obviously, he's got lots of experience and he's a featherweight champion from Hexagon. You know him well. What are your thoughts on him as an opponent?
Qu'est-ce que tu penses de Dean Garnett en tant que fighter et à quoi on peut s'attendre?
Alors, je mens pas, je savais pas qu'il était champion 66 à l'Hexagone, sinon je l'aurais défié direct, je mens pas. La réalité, c'est quoi? C'est qu'il a battu un ami à moi que je dois venger le 13 décembre à Lyon. Donc, c'est pas un combat loupé, je vous le dis tous, hein. C'est le combat de l'année qui va s'annoncer contre lui. C'est un ancien vétéran, un mec que je dois envoyer à la retraite. Donc je vous dis que le 13 décembre, ça va être du spectacle.
He just bought one of his friends, so now it's revenge, and this is like a veteran that needs to stop like fighting now.
Okay, so this is a revenge fight then. All right, let's get this in the center. Come on over here, Dean. There we go. Dean Garnett, Baris Adeguzil. That is the final for the PFL Europe Bantamweight title. Lyon, December 13th. Do not forget, buy your tickets now. This fight is going to be incredible. We are going to be spoiled with action on that night. 2 title fights. Incredible fights. Looking forward to. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations, Baris Adeguzil. That is the Bantamweight Championship final in Lyon.
Yes, let's go.
That's your matchup for a Bantamweight PFL Europe Championship coming to Lyon on December 13th. We'll take another look at the fast start. Baris Adeguzil had Julian Lopez in trouble early and often. The precision on the ground and pound as well. It was this right hand that's coming that ultimately shuts out the lights right there.
The sniper.
The sniper, exactly. He takes aim, he lands where he wants. And Dean Garnett, it's grappler versus striker in this championship. It's also the old dog against another rising young star.
Young blood.
They will be fighting in Lyon, France, and they're not the only ones.
Saturday, December 13, the PFL returns to Lyon with 2 world titles on the line. Team Fedor's Vadim Nekov takes on towering Brazilian Renan Ferreira for the PFL heavyweight world title. And MMA legend Chris Cyborg returns to take on rising star Sarah Collins for the women's featherweight world title. Plus, the PFL Europe Tournament Finals, Saturday, December 13.
This was about the break. I was about the getting there.
Lyon's got not only PFL Europe Championship bouts, but also world title fights in the heavyweight division. On the women's side, the legendary Chris Cyborg returns against an undefeated rising prospect for the gold. I mean, come on! That's happening at LDLC Arena in Lyon. Cedric,
yes.
Heavyweight championship. Chris Cyborg trying to collect another belt. Lightweight PFL Europe tournament final. Bantamweight final. I mean, you gotta be there.
Bro, I really gotta be on this card.
Yes,
I really gotta be on this card. France, Lyon, and the crowd of Lyon, they know me. I fought there in kickboxing so many times. So yeah, that's a card you definitely gotta put me in there.
All right, here's the deal. I don't speak French. Dan doesn't speak French. I want you to look at that camera right now. I want you to make a pitch why everybody needs to buy their tickets for Lyon.
Les amis.
You gotta be there.
Les amis, comme je vous ai dit, il y a une grosse nouvelle qui va s'annoncer. La seule chose que je peux vous dire pour l'instant, c'est prenez vos tickets pour Lyon. Prenez vos tickets pour Lyon, ne loupez pas le PFL à Lyon, ça va être une dinguerie.
What he said. Now, let's break down this heavyweight world title fight.
Yeah.
You've got Renan Ferreira, monster, incredible power, and you've got Vadim Nemkov, who at light heavyweight was an absolute problem. Now he's coming up, and so far in the heavyweight division, his lack of size has not been a problem. He's got the well-rounded skill set, he's got big power, but he's also got that Fedor Emelianenko taught grappling ability. How do you break this one down, Cedric?
Listen, I saw his fight against Francis, also the fight, but this guy is insane. I think we don't have to think about this fight against Francis. Like, Francis is very special. He's an animal. He's very special. But Ferreira is a beast. He's a beast. I think no one in PFL can beat him. No one, really. I think that's the number 2.
Yeah, no one aside from Francis. He's the guy, yeah.
Besides Francis. Yeah. No one can beat this guy. So I'm really excited to see that fight because he got everything. He got the striking, he got the jiu-jitsu. He's a very good fighter. The IQ is high, the level of IQ. He's very dangerous. I think even when Francis faced him, he wasn't scared, but very anxious.
Yeah.
That was that wasn't like the other opponent of Francis. This one was very he's taller than Francis. He looks bigger than Francis. He got the ground game. He got the striking also. He's better in striking, but Francis is in another world.
Yeah. Well, look, as long as we're talking about Francis, John Martin, the new PFL CEO, he did put out a statement saying that, look, we acknowledge that people want to know what's next for Francis. They're going to work it out. New leadership in the PFL, Francis, they're going to come together. Certainly Francis Ngannou, it goes without saying, factors in to the heavyweight title picture. So it's if and when we will see Francis. We will obviously keep you updated on it. But Nemkov has jumped up, and now you've got the toughest test of his career with he's taken on heavyweights before, and he trains with heavyweights, but there are no heavyweights built like Renan Ferreira. Like, in the world, there's very few people that can move like that. So it's a different animal for him to have to face, and I'm looking forward to seeing how a guy with that level of experience handles it. Dan, when we're talking about the level of experience, nobody has experience in the MMA game in the combat world like Chris Cyborg.
Oh, wow,
and
yeah.
she's coming back.
Yeah. Scary fighter. So technically proficient in every range, physically well conditioned. We saw great grappling against Larissa Pacheco as well as durability and toughness as well, which we don't always get to see in Cyborg's fights because she usually blasts people out of the water. But this performance against Larissa Pacheco was really outstanding. I mean, we were right on the edge of our seats all the way through it. We know how tough Pacheco is. We know how durable she is and how skilled in every single range. But on that night, Cyborg was just the better fighter. And we're going to see her in Lyon, France, and she's taking on another undefeated fighter, someone that doesn't have the experience that Cyborg's got, but of course has got momentum coming in undefeated, and, you know, she believes in herself, does Sarah Collins.
Scan that QR code, get yourself some tickets right now. And Sarah Collins, it wasn't so long ago, Dan, when there were a lot of people saying, you can't let Paul Hughes face someone as experienced as AJ McKee. Not yet ready for a test like that. There were people beating that drum all the way leading up to that super fight. And what happened? A young, relatively inexperienced Paul Hughes, especially compared to AJ McKee, he came through with flying colors, a huge performance. So don't count out Sarah Collins just because she doesn't have the same resume. There's
What
a
a
look
city, look at that.
the glittering city of Dubai. It is the most anticipated rematch of the year. The PFL Lightweight title is only 1 week away. Let's take a preview through the eyes of Paul Hughes. It's the athlete's journey, presented by Road to Dubai.
The Irish flag draped around him. He wants to become the next star.
He might be the next big thing.
He's been waiting for a moment like this, for the doors to swing open.
And Paul Hughes makes a dramatic and stunning statement in front of the Irish crowd.
Anybody who thought Paul Hughes wasn't up to this in his young career was out of their mind.
We want to see Paul Hughes versus Usman Nurmagomedov, and I think we should do it in Dubai.
You seem very fired up about fighting Usman Nurmagomedov.
It's completely a no-brainer. I mean, to do that in Dubai.
You can't script a better story.
Dubai is one of the best cities in the world. I've been here a number of times. It's an incredible place, and I feel like they've definitely taken me in.
Welcome to Dubai United Arab Emirates.
He's been very, very impressive. He has a lot of skills, and to have guys like Usman get handled like that in that match was ridiculous.
I know for a fact we're going to do it again someday, and I know that I will be the victor next time.
A lot of people thought you won your last fight.
Whenever that rematch happens with Usman, it's the fight to make. Everybody knows that that fight's going to happen. I've obviously got it won in the meantime.
Usman Nurmagomedov! You can run, you can track the latest rematch as long as you want, but your day is coming.
Awesome.
And there's the quote from Paul Hughes. He is certainly motivated for the rematch with Usman Nurmagomedov. Does he have the skill? We know he's got the will. Does he have the skill to carry him through against one of the best fighters on the planet, regardless of weight class? He's 19-0, Usman Nurmagomedov, for very good reason as we take a look at our full fight card. Lightweight world title bout, light heavyweight world title bout. Corey Anderson coming back down to 205 after a successful heavyweight debut. Take on Davlet Yakshimuradov. Magomedov, Sergio Pettis. That's going to factor into the bantamweight world title picture sooner than later. Same thing with Archie Colgan and JJ Wilson. We know that Alfie Davis is going to be watching that main event very closely. I saw the smile on your face when you see Paul Hughes cutting a good promo after a big win. Also, that kick catch in the left.
Yeah.
I know another guy who does that
my
kind of thing.
My signature. you know why I did smile? Because I know that what he say, he will do it. That's why I'm smiling, because that fight was incredible. That was amazing fight. I was sitting in my chair from the beginning until the end. That was a crazy fight, and you couldn't put Paul winner, and you could put Usman winner. And I think this rematch is gonna be very, very difficult for Usman. I like Usman's style, I like Paul's style, but I couldn't believe that a guy like Paul could put Usman in that level of fight. Really deeper inside the sea. So I'm really excited to see the rematch because I know I'm going to see something different.
You know, a big part of this fight for Paul will be takedown defense, right? You showed incredible takedown defense in your career. But how is it as a striker moving in against someone that they're not only a good striker, but they've got wrestling as well?
Yeah.
You kind of get drawn into a striking exchange and then they disappear on the takedowns. How do you prepare for that? What would be your advice to Paul to prepare for that?
The difference between Paul and I is that Paul is way better than me in MMA. It's not only striking and wrestling and BJJ. It's MMA. He's a really, really MMA fighter. I am too, but his level of MMA is way better than mine. But I hit harder than him. But but the way he's like, you know, the way he fought, he didn't fight with his abilities. He fought with his head. You know, because to deliver a fight against Usman like he did, you know, you definitely need to be very, very clever.
All right, before we cut you loose, we'll let you just go watch the rest of these fights. I mean, we're packed. This is, you know, at the 5th house and 4th house in France that we packed out. The French fans show up. The French athletes continue to show the level of the sport here in your home country. What does it mean to you to be on the leading edge of the growth of mixed martial arts here in France?
I'm very excited. You know, I was fighting in kickboxing, but kickboxing didn't have the same hype than MMA today in France. And the MMA before was prohibited, and now is legal. And the hype around the MMA is just huge. You know, it's huge. It's all huge. And I'm very excited to be part of this and to be in PFL and to be like, you know, the French leader of MMA. So I can wait.
You know what I'm excited for? The next Cedric Doumbé fight announcement. Let's make that happen sooner than later.
Hey, we will.
Thanks for sitting down with us and calling a fight.
Thank you very much, guys.
A quick fight,
Always good talk.
but a fight nonetheless. Cedric Doumbé will give you updates on what happens for him inside the Smart Cage sooner than later. Dan Hardy, Sean O'Connell, we're still hanging out. Our next fight is brought to you by Road to Dubai, a showcase bout in the light heavyweight division. Boris Atangana and Johnny Gregory at 205 pounds.
It won't be waiting for you when you start doing things you love.
Ladies and gentlemen, making their way to the PFL Europe cage, Johnny Gregory.
Johnny Gregory made the trip from Brazil. Born in Sao Paulo, living and training now in Rio de Janeiro. Owner of 6 knockout victories, 10 pro victories overall. He comes in with an almost lackadaisical look at Boris Atangana. Not intimidated at all by the physical form, not intimidated at all by the hype surrounding an undefeated fighter. He's got more than double the pro experience. He's got a long history of mixed martial arts and martial arts training before he even became a pro. He just doesn't think that Boris Atangana, who certainly is a great athlete and certainly has a bright future, is enough for him right now.
You know, it's interesting because I've been kicking this around in my head, and my thought process is this. If you've gone into any of the MMA gyms in Brazil, they are absolutely packed to the rafters with big, powerful, bodybuilder-looking guys, right? I'm sure that Gregory has looked across the mat several times at people that look like Boris, that move like Boris, that he feels like he's got the skills to defeat. I also think there's a perspective that Europe is slightly behind Brazil, and I feel like his coaches, Gregory's coaches, might feel like they're just further ahead in the MMA game. But that's what we're going to see. Look, Boris is still new to MMA. He's still young in his career. He talks about this in the fighter interviews, about how Patrick's the leader and he's following his footsteps.
but Boris is clearly a very, very dangerous athlete, and the quicker he's learning, the more dangerous he becomes. Now, can Gregory deal with that tonight? That's the big question. He's not intimidated by how he looks, but if he gets caught with one of those shots, that might change his mind entirely.
And his opponent, Boris Atangana.
Well, here comes the aforementioned Boris Atangana. He looks the part. Fans in Belgium and in France and all over Europe have started to bring his name up as one of the next big things. Could it be at 205? Could it be at 185? Could it be at both? He certainly, if he stays on this path, is someone you're going to have to pay some attention to. But like I said, he's coming in at an experienced disadvantage against Johnny Gregory. And what happens if he can't get it done in the first round? What happens if it goes into deep waters? That's what we need to find out about Boris Atangana.
See, if I look at Gregory, I can see he's the type of fighter that's going to be very, very loose with his punches, but very powerful. But if this fight hits the floor, he's going to feel like he weighs a ton. He's going to be able to spread his weight. He's going to make you carry his weight. It could be exhausting for Boris if he's not able to get ahead in this first round. Making a statement early is going to be key.
You saw his friend and cornerman, Patrick Abarora, another rising star in our PFL ranks. There's a certain amount of camaraderie, but also a certain amount of pressure when your friends are in the gym with you and your friends are having the success that people like Patrick Abarora are having on their way to who knows what in MMA. You want to keep pace. Boris Atangana, at least verbally, seems to have the right mindset. But we find out tonight if he performs at the level he needs to in the biggest spot. He's never been in a co-main event on a major promotion. And every fight, the competition gets tougher. Will he rise to the challenge? Tail of the tape brought to you by Road to Dubai. Boris Atangana, 26 years of age. Johnny Gregory is 31. Both men 6 foot even. Both men came in well under that 205-pound light heavyweight limit. Reach advantage belongs to Boris Atangana.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following fight is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds in the PFL light heavyweight division and is our co-main event of the evening. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is an MMA specialist and stands 6 feet tall. He went in officially at 203.1 pounds and across 14 pro fights has built a record of 10 wins and 4 losses. 9 wins coming by way of stoppage. He fights at a Registro Sao Paulo, Brazil, Johnny Gregory. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 6 feet tall. He went in officially at 204.6 pounds, and his record is unblemished with 6 victories in 6 contests, all won via stoppage. He fights out of Brussels, Belgium. This is Boris Atangana! Referee in charge, Lloyd Porter.
Atangana's in the white trunks. Johnny Gregory's wearing black in our co-main event tonight. 3 5-minute rounds. Showcase opportunity here at 205 pounds. Both of these men hoping to factor into the PFL's larger plans for the weight class.
Look how loose Johnny Gregory is. He's going to be very powerful with his hands, I have a feeling. Oh, short left hook from Boris.
Twitchy is Boris Atangana. Right hand to the body.
That was a good move out of the way there that forced Gregory to miss. The kind of stuff could break your confidence if you keep swinging and you can't connect with anything. Ooh, almost caught that kick. Good work by Gregory to push away.
Dan, you made the point about Johnny Gregory probably training with a lot of guys that look and are built like Boris Atangana. One thing for Boris, we know that he trains with small, lighter on the feet. We know a bunch of his training partners are guys that are not built like him. That can actually be a huge advantage when it comes to footwork, when it comes to feints, timing, because you have to develop those skills against faster fighters.
Absolutely. Look, for a period of time, I was Frank Mir's first and last round of sparring for that exact reason, to get him moving quicker and to get him thinking faster. What you'll notice about Boris is, of course, he's fought up at heavyweight, but he moves like a welterweight. And he's working with Patrick all the time, which means that he's getting used to those little dip out of range and come back in with a power punch. You'll see him using it here. He'll just dip out of range, but he won't take his feet with him. It means he can stay in range and he can land his power shots.
Gregory with the right and left there. He likes this front kick. He keeps showing it now with both legs. Boris has tried to catch it a few times.
He's taking some time for Boris to figure out because of how awkward he is. But Boris' steady kind of march forward starting to be a little intimidating, I think, for Gregory.
Big overhand right, swing and a miss here. Gregory tried to... Oh! Left hook on a spinning Johnny Gregory.
Oh, he's
and
done.
now the right hand will finish the job for Boris Atangana.
Oh, he's trying to turn in. He's
Up and down like a piston. Now the left and it's over. First round finish and Boris stays undefeated.
Man, Gregory was fighting to stay in this battle.
He got turned around and Boris caught him as he was trying to recover his stance.
Man, he is a star in the making, there's no doubt about it. There is no doubt about it.
Big left hook, the mouthpiece comes out. And Gregory trying to stay in the fight through a salvo of ground and pound.
Beautiful finish. I mean, such ferocity as well in his performance. He really is a natural superstar. There's something special going on at Team Sendo. There's no doubt about it. Belgium is a hotbed right now for MMA. Very, very impressive. What a moment. Cedric and Boris. Two absolute assassins. Beautiful performance, brother. Really good.
And Patrick Amarora up and over the cage to support his friend, training partner, the modern gladiator Boris Atangana improves to 7-0 as a professional. That is knockout number 6. If you combine his pro and amateur records, he is now 15-0 with 12 knockouts. Andy Shepard will make it official.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our referee Loic Porat calls a halt to the action at 2 minutes and 17 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner via TKO, Boris Atangana!
The question you have to ask is, what's next for Boris Atangana? Clearly he is ready for a tougher test. The PFL will have to decide whether it's time to export another European product.
Ah, merci, monsieur, c'est gentil. Il y a écrit FMAF là.
Dan Hardy is with the win.
Ah non, pas ce soir. Ah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with your winner, a superstar in the making, there's no doubt about it. Boris Atangana, what an incredible performance, my friend. A lot of people expect big things from you, but you keep delivering every time.
Énorme performance de ta part, Boris. Il y a beaucoup d'attentes autour de toi, évidemment, mais à chaque fois, tu réponds présent.
Alors, tout d'abord, je vais commencer parce que c'est la seconde fois que je combats à Nantes et c'est la seconde fois que ce public m'accueille aussi bien. Alors, je vais commencer par vous saluer. Le public de Nantes! Est-ce que vous êtes là, les gars? Est-ce que vous êtes là? Vous avez aimé la soirée? Attendez de voir ce qu'Amin Ayoub va faire. Est-ce que vous êtes bouillant? I think they're ready.
It's his second time here in Nantes, and the public is always very good with him, very cheering for him. They can wait for Amin Ayoub, of course.
Look, you had a tough opponent today. A late notice replacement, someone that was going to come in and try and take your head off, flew all the way from Brazil to take you on. How do you deal with short notice opponents and difficult challenges like that?
Comment tu gères de connaître juste ton opposant en fait très peu juste avant le combat? Comment tu gères ça, genre quelques jours avant?
J'ai de la discipline, je suis toujours entraîné, je me prépare toute l'année. Il n'y a pas de vacances, ça va faire 4 ans que mon équipe et moi on travaille énormément, comme des acharnés, nuit et jour, 3-4 entraînements dans la même journée. Donc, que ce soit en préparation ou en short notice, pour moi ça n'a pas d'importance, ça change rien.
So he's a hard worker, hours like a day, so he's always ready for that kind of fight.
I'm going to ask the question that everybody else is thinking right now. When do we get to see you fight again?
Quand est-ce qu'on va te revoir combattre?
Le public français, on se voit en décembre ou pas? Non, j'en sais pas assez. On se voit en décembre ou pas? Well, if you sign me up for December, I'll be there in Lyon. Let's go with my brother Patrick Abirora here.
We've got to get Patrick on the card as well. What do you think to that performance?
Merci les gars pour l'accueil à Nantes déjà tout d'abord. Faites un maximum de bruit pour Boris s'il vous plaît. Et pour ma part, je vais commencer par un message. Je voulais prendre le micro aujourd'hui. S'il vous plaît les gars, il se passe des choses très graves dans le monde. N'oubliez pas la Palestine, c'est important d'en parler. Il y a beaucoup de gens, des fois, ils n'en parlent pas. Tout ce qui se passe au Congo, au Soudan, toutes les guerres dans le monde, même que ce soit en Ukraine, tous les génocides. On est des combattants. Nous, quand on vient dans la cage, on signe un papier, on est consentant de se battre. Quand il y a des enfants qui font face à des armes, ils ne sont pas consentants. Donc, s'il vous plaît, continuez à partager. Il y a des gens qui se réveillent. Continuez à partager le message de paix, c'est important. J'espère qu'ils ne le couperont pas au montage. Et une dernière chose à dire, j'ai vu pas mal d'affiches avec mon prénom et ma tête. Est-ce que vous voulez me voir en décembre? PFL, I think they want to see me in December. 70 kilo, 77 kilo. There is many guys in both categories. You know I'm always there and I'm ready. Les gars, 70 ou 77, dites-moi qui vous voulez que j'affronte et ce sera un flashball.
We fight anyone, anywhere. Let's go, December 10th. Let's fucking go, Lyon. Let's go, Belgium is ready.
Buy your tickets December 13th in Lyon. What a show that is going to be.
Boris Atangana says, give me a fight. Patrick Abirora says, give me a fight. The PFL probably loves that idea. I don't know if people in those weight classes love the idea quite as much. Opponents are on notice. Both Boris Atangana, Patrick Abirora, everyone at that gym right now is performing at a very, very high level.
Look, these guys cover every weight class. Between the two of them, they cover every weight class between lightweight and heavyweight. And they will intimidate most people in those weight classes. We have a superstar in the making in Boris Atangana, and he is following the footsteps of Patrick Abirora. Both of these guys have got an incredible future ahead of them. Wow.
We'll take one more look at the Boris Atangana knockout Big hook comes around the corner as Johnny Gregory is spinning.
Jeez.
The mouthpiece goes all the way out of frame. Well, back, Red Gum Shield.
My goodness. And you got to think, Gregory's ready to receive more punches with no mouth guard there. He's disorientated, he's crashing to the floor. Oh, Boris chasing you down. Terrifying. Oh, it's time.
So the co-main event in the books, a successful second outing in the PFL Smart Cage for Boris Atagana. And that brings us to the main event. Main event brought to you by that prize guy between Amin Ayub and Kevin E. Lopez. Kevin E. Lopez backstage and ready to make the walk here for our main event. For him, fighting began as a family affair centered around capoeira, heritage martial arts in his native Brazil. His father didn't want to lose him to the streets, made him stay in the gym, train capoeira, eventually said, all right, now we can add jiu-jitsu, now we can add boxing and kickboxing. And now Kevin E. Lopez is in a main event in Nantes, France.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to welcome the competitors for our main event of the evening. First, Kevin E. Lopez.
Twelve pro victories, 10 of those have finished inside of the distance, 9 by knockout. We asked him during the fighter meeting, hey, do you think that Amin Ayub has any idea that you're a very strong jiu-jitsu practitioner, that you've got grappling credentials? And he said, no, I don't think he has any idea. I think on paper I'm a striker, and people only consider me to be a striker. I would not be surprised, Dan Hardy, if we see Kevin E. Lopez trying to mix this up, surprise attack, change levels, get this thing to the ground.
I agree. I think we're going to see all kinds of stuff in this fight. I even think the fact that he has a capoeira background can make him quite unpredictable in his movement. We don't see too many capoeira fighters coming into MMA, but occasionally you'll get a spinning kick that will drift into the sport. Now, someone that's spent a lot of time training capoeira, they may potentially not have the MMA skills from that, but they will have a lot of athleticism and explosiveness. Now, if you look at this guy's record, he's got 12 wins on his record, but 9 people have been knocked out by him. That shows that he generates a tremendous amount of power. And in a fight like this against Amin Ayub, who's got the pressure on his shoulders, it's his main event, it's his PFL debut. And Amin Ayub he's a great striker, but he's not the heavyweight puncher that Kevin E. Lopez potentially is. So Amin Ayub's got to be super cautious in this first round, dealing with that power, dealing with whatever unpredictability may come with this late notice replacement, and try and stifle that. If he can get the fight to the floor, he may be surprised by the ground game of Kevin E. Lopez. But Amin Ayub's ground game is exceptional. 8 submissions on his record, 7 knockouts. This could be a really, really tough battle of 3 rounds between these two guys. And Kevin E. Lopez coming in as a bit of an unknown commodity, I think he's actually an advantage for him.
Amin Ayoub, hometown hero here in Nantes, France. The face-offs, the energy around the city, the buzz that he gets to step up onto the spotlight on the bigger stage and to do it here at Zenith Metropole. Nantes is ready.
And his opponent, Amin Ayoub.
The hometown hero is a two-weight class champion, lightweight and welterweight belts at home in regional promotions. He told us in the fighter meetings he's been waiting for a phone call like this one, an opportunity to show his merit on a larger stage, an opportunity with some wins to break through to the global mixed martial arts scene. He said, when the PFL call came, I never imagined that I'd still be able to compete in Nantes. This is where he's from. He's had to travel all over Europe to get fights, Stan. He's had to travel to the Middle East to get fights. He gets to fight here in his hometown for only the second time. He's got 25 pro victories, and he still hasn't been able to show out for the people he grew up with. This is the moment for Amin Ayoub. Will he rise to it?
I hear you, Sean. You're very right. It felt like when we were talking to him in the fighter interviews, it was almost like he was hinting at that. Like, this may be the last time he gets to fight at home, because after this victory, the sky's the limit. Like, Amin Ayoub wants to catapult himself into that picture of all the strong lightweights. And look at the support he has in this arena. It's incredible. French MMA is something else right now.
Tail the tape for this main event brought to you by that prize guy. Amin Ayoub is 29, Kevin Lopez is 30. Ayoub 2 inches taller, but both men have a 68-inch reach.
All right, keys to victory for the main event brought to you by Arkham. Amin Ayoub has got to work behind his jab. He's got a very good jab, and he's got to be the bully as well. This is his hometown, this is his turf. Elbows in the clinch will be a value, and he's going to have to use that clinch to slow his opponent down, try and get this fight to the floor. But Kevin Lopez, he's got to open up with kicks, but be unpredictable with his timing as well. And Kevin Lopez has got the surprise factor on the ground, so I think if he initiates the grappling, that might catch Amin Ayoub by surprise.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is commissioned by the French Mixed Martial Arts Federation. Our judges at ringside are Derek Hickey, Darrell Ransom, and Benjamin Nero. Ladies and gentlemen, Nantes, France! The following fight is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds in the PFL Lightweight division, and is our main event of the evening. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He went in officially at 155 pounds. His record stands at 12 wins, 3 losses, and a single draw. 10 wins coming by way of stoppage. He fights at Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Presenting Kewani Liao Lopez. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 11 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 155 pounds. This man has won multiple championships at multiple weights across multiple organizations. And tonight, he makes his PFL debut with a record of 25 victories and 5 defeats. He fights out of Nantes, France. He is fierceness. Amen. Your referee in charge, Rich Mitchell.
Let's go. Center, please. Gentlemen, you're going to protect yourselves at all times. You're going to obey my instructions at all times. You keep fighting till I tell you to stop. Touch gloves if you want. Or don't. Step back.
The hometown favorite, Amin Ayoub, is in green. Kevin Lopez there in the black trunks. Rich Mitchell will oversee your main event here in Nantes, France.
Okay, you
The
ready?
Zenith Metropole Arena on their feet. Dan Hardy, Sean O'Connell here, cage side. Southpaw stance and a Superman punch to start things for Kevin Lopez.
Kevin Lopez, you can see everything he throws, he's got power in it. And he loves that Superman punch, which hints at the power in his lower body from that capoeira background. Look how unusual his movement. Oh,
he
that was
right
a
into
caught
the
left
right
hook.
hand.
He might have this guillotine, Sean. That looks super tight, but he's trying to push the elbow down.
Lopez trying to torque himself out of this grip.
Man, that's a tight guillotine.
Amin Ayoub giving a squeeze and a lift here. The Brazilian backing away to alleviate some pressure, and he shrugs out. And then right into another striking exchange. Oh, nasty work.
Oh, Kevin Lopez looks tired from that guillotine. Oh, Amin Ayoub's backing up now.
Furious start, less than a minute in, another Superman punch.
Oh, is that left hook again? How is Kevin taking those big punches? Oh! And a guillotine again!
And here it is the second time.
He's on that guillotine. Can Kevin Lopez defend it?
He's got one hip controlled. Lopez steps out to side control, and Amin Ayoub's gonna have to abandon this.
Wow, tough.
The furious start here, we're less than 90 seconds in. And look at that, Amin Ayoub has to shake his arms out already.
Man, Kevin Lopez ate some hooks on the way in there.
There's a left hand from Amin Ayoub. Big adrenaline dump early in this fight for both men.
Oh, takedown from Kevin Lopez.
Good step through an overhand, switched his stances on the overhand, reaps the legs out from under Amin Ayoub.
What's Ayoub going to set up from here, though? He's got a good guard.
8 submission victories as a professional. Amin Ayoub, no stranger to the ground.
Looks like he might try and build upon this arm here, Sean. Can he get this Kimura? Looks like he's got the grip. See if he can pull it out to the side of the body. He's going to let go of it. He's going back to elbows.
Now Lopez underhooks the far leg, moves himself over into side control. Ayub will have to play from behind on the ground for a moment. Halfway through round one.
They're both exhausted. They're both taking some deep breaths. That was a wild half a round. Oh, reaps the leg.
Heel hook attempt here.
He's got control of the knee line at the moment. Keveni Lopez is going to try and work out of this. Goes for his own ankle lock, but Ayub back to his feet.
And the fans here in Nantes love the reset.
I love that front kick to the body.
Lopez tried to time a knee, thinking that Amin Ayub might shoot.
Got a smile from that one. Oh, good knee.
Exchange of jabs. Lopez swings big with that left hook and misses.
Ayub's arms look heavy from those guillotine attempts. Nice work on the inside.
Rear leg came up to stab the midsection of Keveni Lopez. Trying to make this trip from Brazil worth it. First left hand landed, the second one missed, and you made him pay with a right.
Keveni Lopez just marching forward. Trying to throw bigger power than Amin Ayub, but he's walking onto more shots, that's for sure. And he swings for these punches. I like this steady work from Ayub here. Nice spinning elbow attempt. 30 seconds left in the first round. It's been a wild one.
Ayub seems to be trying to settle in to a more technical fight here.
I think both of these guys are going to need this minute rest on the stool. That's a nice right hand by Ayub.
Attacked the body, did Ayub just missed with the left hand. Threw a kick with his right leg as well. Final few seconds of round one. A wild one in the books here for Nantes.
Great first round. Straight in with the Superman punch was Keveni Lopez, and everything that he did was full power. A couple of real nice short hooks on the inside from Amin Ayub. It was amazing, though, that Keveni Lopez was able to just take him so clean on the chin. I think that one hurt him. But now we have a guillotine attempt, and that was really where a lot of the energy was spent by Amin Ayub, squeezing on those guillotines. Now, as he wraps up this guillotine, I don't know, I haven't seen the replay, but I feel like Keveni Lopez may have posted on the face of Amin Ayub, because there looked like there was maybe an eye poke or something. You can see Ayub really squeezing. Really, really tough first round, though. I mean, Keveni Lopez gave him everything he could handle. And Amin Ayub spent a lot of energy burning himself on those guillotines. Good little flurry at the end of the round, though. Almost landed that knee cleanly. Ayub's bouncing in the corner.
Okay, here we go. Ready. Second round of our lightweight main event. Keveni Lopez and Amin Ayub. Lopez kicked himself off balance and spun into a body attack. Now he's beating up the calf for Amin Ayub.
That inside low kick's working really well for Keveni Lopez. He's not thrown it too many times, but each time he does, it gets a real response from Ayub. Nice.
Switching stances here, overhand left for Lopez.
Keveni Lopez must have the crowds in Brazil right now going wild that he's giving such a good performance for himself. I mean, this is a barn burner of a fight.
Watch your fingers, Keveni, watch Watch your fingers.
Love that front kick to the body, though, that Ayub's using. Here's the inside low kick from Lopez. Hey!
Ayub testing that high kick.
Man, Keveni Lopez is tough. There's that inside low kick as he's marching forward.
Another big inside low kick.
Good.
Mitchell checking, thought maybe there would have been a groin shot there. Ayub shrugs it off, wants to continue fighting.
Hey.
Takedown attempt. Beautiful step through again. Walked the right foot forward, trips the back of the left leg for Amin Ayub, and Keveni Lopez on top.
Yeah, Amin went for another bite on that guillotine, but it was not able to get deep enough under the neck this time around. I think Ayub may be setting something up from his guard. It's like he's isolating one of those arms, but now he's switched back to elbows. Oh, good turn, beautiful turn!
Tight squeeze on the arm bar, but Keveni Lopez recognized it immediately. Now Ayub trying for a heel hook again.
Beautiful sweep by Amin Ayub. Fantastic work. And now Ayub's in the guard, and you know he's going to be grounding and pounding, especially if he's getting the reaction from this crowd.
Watch your head.
Nice short ground and pound there. Short elbows. Ayub tries to open the legs and get around, but Keveni Lopez manages to snare him in the guard again. Nice elbows
from the top position for Amin Ayub.
Steps over the bottom leg. This is better work from Ayub. This is the most one-sided moment in the fight so far.
Lopez tried to build that knee shield, not able to frame out Amin Ayub, who's chest to chest. High unders here for Lopez, though, to stymie any attacks from top position.
Interesting by Ayub, captures a leg. I think he might try and get his other leg clear now and pass clear to side control. Short shot to the midsection. Working his way up to that shoulder pressure, Sean. Look at that, you can see him now able to affect the posture of Keveni Lopez's head a little with that power shoulder.
Inside of 1 minute here in round number 2. Knee to the body from Amin Ayub. Workman-like performance on top here for the local. Lopez getting his legs back involved.
Good forward pressure here, forcing Keveni Lopez to put feet on hips to try and keep away, but you can see Amin Ayub just slides past that heel. Pushing his opponent's face to one side, working ground and pound. That was a good punch. Solid right hand. Clears the bottom leg, steps over it.
Final few seconds of round 2. Big left elbows coming down from the top. Keveni Lopez not liking this top pressure. One more round in our main event here in Nantes, France.
So Superman punch straight away. This wildness straight away at the start of the first round. You can see Amin Ayub landing good counter punches on the inside, but a couple of guillotines from that first round really took the energy out of the arms. That was the final flurry that we got, and then we're into the second round, and Amin Ayub manages to work his way to top position, and he sat in the guard landing some good elbows until he worked his way to half guard, and this is where he's got Keveni Lopez trapped up against the fence, stacking into his top leg, clearing the bottom leg, and landing mortar shells from the top position. Really solid elbows to close that second round. Excited the fans in attendance as well. and set the tone for Amin Ayoub in this final third round.
Okay, gents, you ready? Ready. Third and final, Amin Ayoub with a big reaction to that low kick from Kevin Lopez to start round 3.
Yeah, quite kind of awkward. I think Amin Ayoub, though, I think he realizes that Kevin Lopez is starting to slow down, and if he can get to top position, he's going to be able to hold that. I expect Amin Ayoub to look for a takedown at some point, but it's been Kevin Lopez that's been shooting levels. Maybe he's going to level change into a guillotine again.
Southpaw stands for Lopez for now. He eats a left hook. Wobbled there momentarily, but appears to be all right.
And he's on the guillotine again. Now he's got around the arm. Good defense by Koueni.
Tries the spinning back fist in the left hook. Amin Ayoub just staying in the kitchen here.
Parry jab off the lead hand. Kevin Lopez has been so durable. He's such a game opponent. Fair play to him. He'd be making his father proud, Sean. I feel confident saying that. Nice body shot by Amin Ayoub. Oh!
Lopez thought about spinning there.
Nice.
Nice combination from Amin Ayoub, backing up Lopez. But the Brazilian comes on again. Oh, here they're swinging. Nice jab from Kevin Lopez. And he eats a left hook. What is keeping this man upright?
I have no idea. Oh! Big punches from Ayoub.
All 3 landed. Kevin Lopez chews them up and swallows. Switch knee. Lopez backed out of it. Now to the body goes Amin Ayoub.
Man, Lopez is so tired he can't even keep his hands up to block now. Ayoub must be wondering what's keeping this guy standing, Sean. This is crazy, the shots he's taking right now.
There's the high kick again. Halfway through this third round.
Over 2 minutes left. I think we might see Ayoub work for a takedown. Beautiful boxing.
Defend yourself. Lopez drifts out of distance, trying to find himself a safe space. Ayoub on the pursuit.
Nice lead hook. He goes with that knee again.
Big knee landed on the body. Ayoub switches it up and tries for the elbow, followed by a left hook. He's going to have to empty the toolbox to get Kevin Lopez out of there. And Rich Mitchell has seen enough. Amin Ayoub with a TKO in round 3.
What a beautiful performance by Ayoub. He met some adversity in that first round with a very tenacious opponent in Kevin Lopez. But my goodness, Amin Ayoub showed that veteran mentality, that veteran experience. Was able to get the fight to the floor, take top position and control it. And then this last round, beautiful head movement there, slipping and countering. Kevin Lopez too tough for his own good potentially here, just staying on his feet, taking these big shots. A couple of times we saw Rich Mitchell, the referee, step in and say, you've got to defend yourself, you can't keep taking big clean punches. And that last flurry, Koueni reeling on his heels. Here's the final finish. Koueni hands down. Bang, bang. Big punches.
Remember the rule is defend yourself intelligently. You don't have to be laying on the ground for that intelligently portion to go out the window. Amin Ayoub, successful in his PFL debut, knockout number 8 on the resume.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our referee Rich Mitchell holds the action at 3 minutes and 19 seconds of round number 3, declaring your winner by TKO. Fierceness, Amin Ayoub!
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with your winner, Amin Ayoub. That was incredible, my friend. What an impressive fight that was for your PFL debut. Did it go as you planned?
Mesdames et messieurs, je suis ici avec votre gagnant, évidemment, Amin Ayoub. Explique-nous un peu ses débuts et cette victoire, qu'est-ce que ça représente là pour toi?
Ma ville, merci à vous encore une fois. Ça me fait plaisir. Applaudissements aussi à l'adversaire. Il a accepté le combat 3 jours avant. Malheureusement, j'avais un combattant de programmé. Il s'est blessé. Merci à lui d'avoir accepté le combat déjà.
Yeah, thanks to the opponent that accepted the combat like 3 days just before the event. And Nantes, thank you for everything.
So first, big thanks to PFL for the opportunity. I'm very glad to be here today. I'm here for a lot of fight with PFL and my plan is very big with them. For now, I won my fight by KO, but for the next, I will put a lot of KO in the cage. Chaos. Trust me, I'm gonna take all the savage in this cage of PFL.
Okay, donc merci au PFL pour cette opportunité. Ce n'est que le début. Il n'y aura plus que des KO et comptez sur moi pour continuer à combattre comme ça.
He was a very dangerous opponent, very difficult to deal with. It took you a while to figure out. Were any of those guillotines close?
Il était vraiment dangereux. Parle-nous un petit peu des prises de guillotine, s'il te plaît.
Yeah, you know, Dan, in that guillotine, I felt like John Jones against Lyoto Machida, you know? I really felt him very close, you know? I heard his breath and I felt, shit, he will not sleep or not. But let's continue the fight and I'm very happy for that TKO.
Donc il était très proche de lui, il entendait sa respiration et il s'est dit mais en fait il est en train de dormir, qu'est-ce qui se passe ici? Je comprends pas. Et donc il a juste continué.
You said you have big plans with the PFL and you're in a division that's got lots and lots of good fighters in it. Tell the fans what's next for you. When do we get to see you fight again?
Dis, t'as des gros plans évidemment avec le PFL, mais dis aux fans un petit peu qu'est-ce qui nous attend, qu'est-ce que tu vas faire, quand est-ce que tu vas combattre à nouveau?
I'm just waiting the call from PFL. I don't have injury now. I'm ready for Dubai next week, baby!
It must be amazing for you to fight in your hometown. The support here has been incredible from the fans. What's your message to these fans that are going to now follow you on your PFL journey?
Ça doit être incroyable de combattre ici chez toi à Nantes. Quel est le message maintenant à tes fans qui vont te suivre maintenant au PFL?
To all my fans all over the world or in my hometown here, I'm very glad to have you, in my corner. I'm not fight alone in the cage. I feel all your energy, all your support inside the cage. It's crazy.
Je n'ai pas combattu seul, c'est grâce à vous. Vous étiez dans mon coin, donc c'est grâce à vous.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for your winner. Welcome to the PFL Fearless, Amin Ayoub.
Amin Ayoub gets his moment in front of the hometown crowd. And the star continues to rise for a man who's already established himself on the European scene in multiple different organizations, as Andy Shepard said. Now he has staked his claim for a spot in the PFL lightweight picture. All right, Sean O'Connell and Dan Hardy, at least one more time here in Nantes, France. You said it. there's a lot of talent in this lightweight division, and the picture, while it gets clearer with some of these victories, it also muddies as you want to know what's next for somebody like Amin Ayoub.
Exactly that. Look, he's clearly got big plans, and at this point in his career, that was his 26th victory. Now it's time for him to really start calling out those big names that are going to solidify him as one of the top MMA fighters in the world. Now, we have the fighters here in the PFL for him to do that. It's just a case of him putting those victories together. But immediately, with the experience that he's got, with the reputation and the record, he interjects himself right into very interesting conversations with the top 10 in the division, in my opinion. And I think Amin Ayoub can give anybody a tough test on the right night.
It was very fascinating to see how this fight played out. We knew that Kevin Lopez was going to come in and be a little bit reckless. He knew he had nothing to lose. He felt like all the pressure was on the hometown boy, Amin Ayoub, and that's exactly how it played out. Now, both men dumped a lot of gas in that first round, and it was Ayoub who managed the energy through rounds 2 and 3 better and is able to come through with a more successful round 2 and 3. And look, ground and pound, you saw the striking success, you saw a couple of tight guillotine attempts. A little bit of everything from Amin Ayoub. The only thing we didn't see him land, Dan, was a big thunderous kick like we saw earlier tonight.
Yeah, but he was so close so many times as well. I mean, look, great striking, beautiful boxing on the inside, nice elbows as well in the clinch. I really felt like it was the performance that we as the PFL needed to see from Amin Ayoub. We saw everything in his game. We saw the sub attempts, we saw the striking, we saw the toughness, we saw him dig deep and solve a problem in front of him with a very dangerous opponent. I was really, really impressed with this whole performance and the way that Ayoub's carried himself all week, and now he joins us and he's cage side with us, brother. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dan.
I have to ask you.
Yeah, tell me.
You hit Kevin Lopez with everything and the kitchen sink. The knees were landing, body shots, hooks, straight rights, jabs, and he wasn't going away. At what point in this fight did you realize you were just going to have to keep pouring it on to put him away?
The mental, bro, I think. The savage lion hurt, I felt this opponent, he never give up, he's very tough. I hit him with high kick, with elbow, with everything. He don't give up, so I continue to pushing myself on the third round. And let's see the KO coming. That's good.
The ref has to step in, save your opponent, and you just said, no injury, you're feeling good. You're a guy who doesn't get ready because you stay ready. How quick of a turnaround would you like? You said Dubai. Do you really want to fight next week?
Guys, find me a place in Dubai. I love Dubai. I fought there many times. I'm ready to fight. Not lightweight, because I cannot do another weight cutting.
Okay.
But let's go for the welterweight if you want, okay? If you are not okay with that, find me a place in Lyon.
Oh, man. The crowd would miss you if you weren't in Lyon, right?
Anywhere, when you want.
Look, what's your message to the lightweights? Because you're aiming for right at the top of the division, the best guys that we have. What's your message to them?
Paul Hughes, I will watch your fight on the next week. If I'm not here, I will watch you on my TV, and I will put you in the middle in the cage very soon, bro.
Oh,
Paul Hughes.
Be a good fight. How do you think that fight's going to go? Have you got an opinion on that fight? We've been asking everybody all night.
To be honest, I saw the first fight was very close. I get Paul Hughes 3 rounds of two loss round, but we'll see for that fight. I'm very excited. Yeah.
Amin, congratulations. Go celebrate your victory. Successful PFL debut, and a man who's going to factor into the PFL's plans at lightweight, I think, very, very soon. Yeah, maybe welterweight, maybe middleweight. You never know.
Got the skills.
Amin, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us.
It was a pleasure to meet you again. See you very soon.
Thank you to Nantes, France, for showing up, for showing out. I'll take the mic.
You can have two. You can have two mics.
The Ayoub fans will be celebrating all night here at Zenith Metropole Arena. A reminder, coming December 13th in Lyon, France, PFL Europe Tournament Finals. Barry Sadigouzel made a successful run, and he'll take on Dean Garnett. This is exactly how it happened for Dean Garnett against a very young, very talented, and coming into tonight undefeated Jan Czapłowski. Garnett said, I still have a thing or two to teach these young fellas.
Yeah, he showed his wisdom and his fight IQ in that fight. There's no doubt about it. And interestingly, in that last round, it sounds like Shaposky was not sure whether he was winning on the scorecards, which is why he came out to try and get that takedown. And as soon as he leapt into that guillotine, now this is bread and butter for Dean Garnett. He has put many people away with that guillotine. And as soon as he got it locked up, he got his legs around and controlled it. It was a beautiful transition. And then I like this as well. I like the veteran going over to the young fighter and saying, hey, your time will come, but now's my time.
I don't know how much Jan Shapovsky liked it, but good display of sportsmanship. And then at lightweight, Connor Hughes versus Alex Chizhov. I love this matchup. Chizhov with a beautiful performance. Had to go all three. Connor Hughes, he got it done quickly against Gino Van Steenis, who will be back, but look at the high kick knockout for Connor Hughes.
Yeah, it was beautiful, really was. I mean, he landed that body kick earlier on in the night, and it was like, okay, there's an opportunity there to step through with that back leg. But when he went high with it, Van Steenis just wasn't prepared to block it. It was beautiful timed and placed, and of course you would expect that from Connor Hughes and his striking level. But how does he deal with that jab of Chizhov that just caused Pacella nightmares all night?
And Claudio Pacella with an incredible gritty performance tonight, stole that last round. I mean, stole one judge's scorecard. Yeah. It was a split decision for Alex Chizhov, and Claudio Pacella will be back as well. But your lightweight final is Connor Hughes, Alex Chizhov, and both of them said, hey, people have been waiting for this fight for 2 years. Now it's for incredibly high stakes. PFL Europe belt, $100,000 check, will be contested on December 13th in Lyon, France. That brought us to our co-main event. Boris Atangana, undefeated, a star on the rise out of the Belgian mixed martial arts scene. Where have we heard this before? Oh, that's right, his teammate, Patrick Habirora. Atangana knocks the mouthpiece out of Johnny Gregory and then separates him from his senses with about 20 more punches.
Incredible. And it took him a little bit of time to find that range as well, because Gregory was unusual in his movement and he was really committing to his power punches. But Boris, he was just calm, he kept his guard tight, and he stifled that on the inside and was able to land the shots that mattered. I mean, I honestly think if he connects with anybody in this division, light heavyweight, you can put him away. And I think his confidence in the momentum that this team has got with Patrick behind him, I just think they're going to go a long way in this sport, and we are right at the very beginning of that professional career.
In the fighter meetings, Boris said, I'll fight at middleweight, I'll fight at light heavyweight, I'll go to heavyweight if you want me to. He certainly got the physicality to do that. I think maybe time for a tougher test for Boris Atangana. And then you saw how the main event gave these fans here in Nantes, France a treat. The hometown boy who's 30 fights deep in his career, but has really only performed on home soil one time. Now he gets to do it in the biggest promotion that comes here to France. The crowd shows up, and of course, Amin Ayoub, after some adversity, after a really tough first round especially, he continues to pour it on, gets the TKO in the third.
Yeah, it was, I mean, the fact that he kept on the front foot the whole time, even though his opponent was just throwing bombs back at him. You know, he had a good bite on that guillotine a couple of times, and I think he was very close with those. Otherwise, he wouldn't have committed so much energy in that first round. He's a smart fighter. He knows how to pace himself, so it must have been close. But obviously, you know, his skills are there, no matter which range you take him to, whether you want to wrestle with him, when you want to stand and box with him. Every single range, he's been there before. He's been to the Middle East and to, you know, all over the place to fight. He's a well-traveled fighter, and that showed in that third round tonight. And that's what's going to be so important going forward against the world-class lightweights that he's going to be coming up against in the next couple of years.
Well, Dan, as the head of European fighter operations, you got a lot of guys calling for fights December 13th in Lyon, France. Good luck figuring out that card, because not only do you have PFL Europe Tournament Championship bouts, you also have world title fights. Vadim Nemkov, Renan Ferreira for the heavyweight strap, Chris Cyborg and Sarah Collins. Scan that QR code right now and grab yourself some tickets to Lyon. Tomorrow, PFL MENA tournament in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Next Friday, we're in Dubai for the Champions Series and the rematch. Also a light heavyweight world title bout on that card as Paul Hughes takes on Usman Nurmagomedov for a second time. November 28th, back in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, December 13th in Lyon, France. Download the PFL app with that QR code. Exclusive fighter content, including Dan Hardy breakdowns, a full fight library, all the latest and greatest news and info. And if you missed tonight, check out the highlights, check out the entire fight card. We had some bangers, we had some big finishes, we had some hard-fought decisions. An incredible night here in Nantes, capped off by a main event victory for Amin Ayoub. I hope every single one of you watching tonight is with us next week. A week from tonight, we're in Dubai for the rematch, for the light heavyweight world title strap, for grudge matches to be settled. PFLMMA.com for the latest and greatest information. Thank you all for watching. For Severine Palacou and Andy Shepard, and of course Dan Hardy, I'm Sean O'Connell. Good night, and merci beaucoup, France.